Chapter 187. Before the sky was completely dark, the people who were watching Hanji sent back a message, saying that he had gone to the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Lu Gui. In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he came out again, and then brought 10 embroidered uniform guards with him to an inconspicuous restaurant nearby to drink. Hanji's abnormal behavior was quickly made suspicious by Baizhua after he learned about it. He had just been demoted during the day, so he should be in a bad mood. How could he have the leisure to drink? Even if he was going to drink, he shouldn't have brought 10 skilled brothers with him. There was only one explanation for such behavior, and that was that he had received some kind of mission. Not knowing what Hanji would do, Baizhua was simply ordered to keep an eye on him. At the same time, all the brothers had to maintain 100% vigilance. They just had to eat some dry food in their respective monitoring positions. If there was an accident because of anyone's carelessness, then they would be expelled from the Ghost Sniper team. With the strict order, the 20 members entered a state of battle preparation. Even when it was time to eat, the snipers and observers ate separately, keeping an eye on Hanji. He was completely monitored, but Hanji didn't realize it. He was still eating meat and drinking with his brothers in the restaurant. Brothers, the commander said that today's mission is extremely important. This Qianshi also took into account the good relationship between us, so I brought you out to pick up merits. So tonight we can drink, but no one is allowed to drink too much, understand? Hanji said with a face full of pride. He even called himself Qianshi. In fact, this was LV Gui's promise to him. LV Gui said that tonight's mission was to test these new mercenaries and see what kind of level they had. If they were heavily guarded and had strong combat power, then they shouldn't provoke them. But if they were just donkey dung eggs on the surface, then they should teach them a lesson, which was equivalent to making a great contribution. When the time came, he would definitely report to the emperor. At that time, it would be easy to restore his identity as Qianshi. Once he entered the eyes of the new emperor, his future would be bright. It was even possible that he would be promoted and become a fellow embroidered uniform guard. Making such a heavy promise was just to make Hanji do his best in his work. Regarding this, Hanji was completely unaware. He only thought that the emperor was suspicious of these mercenaries. In his heart, he thought that as long as he could prove that these mercenaries were incompetent, he would be able to heavily damage Yang Qindong's reputation. At that time, he would definitely make this loyal marquis kneel at his feet and apologize. With such a thought, he was determined to succeed in tonight's operation. He had already thought it through. He would use the knockout incense to subdue these mercenaries. This was also the most common method used by the Imperial Secret Service. If they were caught off guard, no matter what kind of expert they were, they would eventually be knocked to the ground. At that time, wouldn't they be at his mercy? Hanji described a beautiful future, and the 10 brothers all showed expressions of gratitude, thanking him. It was as if they had already made a great contribution. They drank for more than 4 hours until the sky was completely dark and the curfew bell had rung. Only then did Hanji leave the tavern with his brothers and rush toward the courtyard where the mercenaries lived. This scene was clearly seen by the Phantom Sniper squad. When they saw the direction this group of people was heading, Baizhua quickly understood the other party's intentions. He immediately sent someone to report the situation to the 6th young master. After all, the other party's target was Lung Song and the others. Whether they wanted to continue the assassination mission or not, they still needed to obtain Yang Qindong's approval. Under surveillance, Hanji and his 10 trusted subordinates had already arrived at a street away from Lung Feng's courtyard. They stopped here, and then each of them looked for a safe place to hide. As experts of the Imperial Secret Service, their hiding skills were naturally not bad. In addition to the cover of the night, if it wasn't for the fact that they were constantly watching them, it would be difficult for Baizhua and the others to discover them without the help of the night vision device. Hanji's group of 11 hid and began to wait. They were waiting for the arrival of night, the moment when a person's body was at its most exhausted. They believed that these mercenaries, who were constantly on the move, would make a mistake even if they arranged for someone to be on night watch. That would be the best time for them to make their move. They didn't ask for too much. As long as they could kill 2 mercenaries, it would be enough to prove that their mission was a success. and that these people's strength was only SOSO. Immortal abode. It was the largest bedroom in the rear courtyard. When it was built, it was originally reserved for Yang Chendong to rest in. Even though every inch of land here was worth its weight in gold, and even though the sixth young master didn't often come here to rest, the room had always been reserved. This was a sign of everyone's gratitude and respect for him. Since he had taken over the city's military, it was naturally inappropriate for him to rest in the Yang Manor. For the past few days, this place had become Yang Chendong's resting place. At night, Hu Yan and the other 3 girls would accompany him here. For the past few days, they would chat and have a good time. In the room, Yang Chendong was telling stories to the 4 girls and making them happy. Suddenly, he heard Tiger's Mane's voice from outside the door. "Young master, Baizhua has sent news." "Wait a minute." Yang Chendong shouted to the outside, then put on a robe. After giving the girls a look to wait for a moment, he walked out of the bedroom and saw Tiger's Mane and an observer from the Ghost Shadow Sniper team outside the door. As soon as the observer saw Yang Chendong come out, he half knelt on the ground and showed great respect. "Sixth young master, when our captain followed Hanji, he found that he took 10 men and rushed to the courtyard where Commander Lung Song was resting. The captain asked for instructions on what to do next." "Oh, there's such a thing." Yang Chendong's eyes narrowed slightly after hearing this, then he quickly smiled and said, "If the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, who dares to keep you alive until dawn? Since he wants to die so much, we'll fulfill his wish. Tell your captain not to alert the enemy. It's a good opportunity to see how vigilant Lung Song is. Also, no matter what the result is, there's no need to keep any of these people alive. Kill them all and hand them over to the Security Bureau. Let them send these bodies to the Genie Guard's office as a warning." Since he said before that the mercenaries had bad tempers, whoever provoked them would be unlucky, and if there were still people who wanted to try, then there was no need to be polite. It just so happened that Hanji was also killed, so it saved him some trouble in cleaning up the aftermath. In the dark, the Security Bureau's people escorted the observer back to Baizua's place. After receiving the 6th young master's order, the Ghost Shadow Sniper team quietly stayed in the dark, as if they were one with the night. The cold wind blew, and the drums of the 3rd night watch were beaten. The whole street was silent. A few black shadows covered each other on the street and began to move. The Genie Guard was an important military force that the emperors relied on. It was indeed good. At least, the way they moved forward alternately was very desirable. They always maintained an attacking formation and did not forget to defend. It had to be said that they spent a lot of effort in training. In just a few moments, the 8 figures disappeared into the depths of the street, giving people the feeling that they had never appeared. But in the dark corner, 2 groups of people were waiting for their arrival. Hanji was very careful not to make a move directly. Instead, he stopped there with 2 trusted aides. This way, if there was good news, he could be the first to know. Of course, if the situation was not good, he could also withdraw at the first moment. Perhaps this was the advantage of being an official. The danger was always left to the subordinates, and most of the credit would fall into his hands. Similarly, Baizhua and the other 21 people were waiting. The difference was that they had used this time to surround Hanji, who was hiding in the corner, in a fan-shaped formation. That seemingly inconspicuous corner had long become the target of public criticism. This kind of fan-shaped circle could guarantee that once Hanji wanted to leave, no matter which direction he left in, he would at least be facing the muzzles of the 2 snipers. It was really difficult to escape even if he had wings. Hanji, who was unaware of this, was still waiting for the good news. He was very confident in his heart. Not to mention that the 8 men were very skilled. They were also equipped with strong bows and crossbows. Even in the dark, they could guarantee that they could kill the target within 70 steps. Having such strong bows was where Hanji's confidence came from. He closed his eyes and leaned against the corner, even showing a victorious smile on his face. He seemed to have seen the scene of success, and the scene of him receiving the reward for the mission. In the courtyard across the street. This courtyard was originally the residence of a prince. Later, because it was sealed outside, it became empty and became the property of the imperial family. This time, when they were discussing with the Ministry of Revenue, Yang Chendong's cousin, Yang Fu, felt that the environment here was good. Most importantly, the territory was big enough, so he took over this courtyard and made it the temporary resting place of the cold front soldiers. According to the rules, when they entered the courtyard, Commander Lung Song ordered people to do a thorough search. Even though this was the place that the sixth young master had arranged for them, there was no harm in being careful. Yang Chendong often said that it was better to rely on oneself than on others. It was impossible for people not to make mistakes, but a cautious attitude could completely reduce the chances of making mistakes. After this lesson, no matter where the cold front soldiers were, no matter how tired they never relaxed their search of the resting place. When they were attacking the central part of Ryukyu Island, they even found 2 hidden enemy soldiers near the resting place. They originally wanted to set fire to the place while the cold front soldiers were asleep, but in the end, they were caught by the always cautious new army. Since then, every time they went to a place, a strict search of the surroundings became an iron rule. Chapter 188. After a round of inspection, they didn't find anything wrong. Only then did the army start to cook. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lung Song, who had arranged enough guard work, called the 2 battalion commanders who were acting company commanders to his temporary room. The 3 of them met, and Lung Song had no intention of being polite. He bluntly said, "Gentlemen, the 6th young master has been setting up a trap in the capital, and it has been going very smoothly. This time, we were able to come here and show off our skills is also part of the plan. Now that we have smoothly arrived in the capital, it is equivalent to taking the first step. However, the situation will only become more severe. Even before we fight with the Walla army, I'm afraid that the Great Ming Empire's capital army will be probing us first." Tung Shan and Wu Sheng both nodded in agreement after hearing Lung Song's words. It was clear that they had the same understanding. "Very good. I believe that you can also guess something." "That's right. Someone is looking down on us, and I'm afraid that there will be a lot of probing. The 6th young master has already laid the groundwork for this matter. He has already made it clear to the outside world that as mercenaries, we don't have good tempers. In order to confirm this matter, the 6th young master didn't even come here to see us today." Lung Song continued. "The 6th young master has already used his actions to tell us everything. The next test will be at any time, and how we perform is very important. Whether we can satisfy or disappoint the 6th young master, it is very likely that everything will happen tonight. Do you understand?" "Regiment Commander, we all understand. How about this? Please hand over the night duty to us, 3rd Company. I guarantee that we'll complete the mission. No matter who comes, we'll leave no one behind. If we can't complete the mission, I am willing to be punished according to military law." Tung Shan suddenly stood up, and then a resolute expression appeared on his face. "Regiment Commander, please give the night duty to our 4th Company. If we can't eliminate all the enemies, I am willing to offer my head." 4th Company Commander Wu Sheng was even more resolute, directly putting his life on the line. "Battalion Commander Wu, don't fight with me. In terms of qualifications, you are inferior to me." Tung Shan looked at Wu Sheng with a face full of anger. He was extremely dissatisfied that this person wanted to fight with him for the mission. "Battalion Commander Tung, seniority is not enough to feed you. Everything depends on your methods. Our 4th Company is confident that we can complete this mission well." Wu Sheng's eyes were filled with sparks. He looked as if he would start a fight if he didn't agree with Tung Qingshan. The 2 battalion commanders showed that they wanted to fight for the mission, and this made Lung Song nodded with satisfaction. This was the military's morale. If everyone retreated in the face of trouble, then there would be no way to continue fighting this war. It was just that sometimes having confidence was a good thing, but in the end strength was what determined the outcome of the matter. For example, Lung Song's strength was much stronger than the 2 of them. Whether it was his ability to lead troops, the quality of his soldiers, or the level of his official position, he was better than the 2 of them. That was why he snatched the mission the moment he opened his mouth. "All right, there's no need for you guys to fight over it. You're all tired from the day's journey. Let me take over tonight's duty. How can we do that? They objected almost at the same time. Just a moment ago, they were still arguing in full swing, and even seemed like they were going to fight if they didn't agree. Now they stood on the same line and objected to Lung Song. Why not? My position is the highest here. Lung Song said with an attitude of, I am the regiment commander. You have to listen to me. No. Tung Shan shook his head, showing an attitude of even if you are the highest official, you can't have the final say. When it was Wu Sheng's turn, he said bluntly, if you want to talk about tiredness, everyone has been walking for the whole day. We are all tired. Why should we rest while your second company is responsible for the night duty? This is unfair to the brothers of the second company. I will not agree to this. If regiment commander insists on doing this, then tomorrow when I see the sixth young master, I will definitely complain. This is abusing power for personal gain, using force to oppress others. When Wu Sheng said this, Lung Song's eyes widened, but he didn't have the strength to do so. If it was in Crimson City, Lung Song would have done this, and Wu Sheng could only obey as a subordinate. But now, the sixth young master was right in front of them, and they would see him tomorrow. It was no wonder that he dared to say this. This would indeed put a lot of pressure on Lung Song, and he didn't want someone to complain about him the moment he saw the sixth young master. That's right. If you don't give us a chance, I will also complain when I see the sixth young master tomorrow. Tung Shan saw that this seemed to be effective, and immediately followed suit. The two battalion commanders had the same attitude, and Lung Song knew that it was impossible to use his position to oppress others for the mission. He could only sigh and say, then let's draw lots. Tonight, the three of us will take turns to be on duty. As for whether or not there will be any accidents, and who will encounter them, it will all depend on everyone's luck. That's good. Hearing that it was a draw, Tung Shan and Wu Xing immediately felt that it was fair. Immediately, a smile appeared on their faces, completely different from their previous flushed faces. And if this scene was seen by Han Ji, he would definitely regret coming to test them. Who would have thought that in the face of danger, there would still be people fighting to go forward? With such morale, what kind of enemy couldn't be defeated and dealt with? After drawing lots, Lung Song's luck was very bad for the first half of the night. Tung Shan's luck wasn't very good either, drawing a lot near dawn. Only Wu Sheng, when he saw that the lot he drew was between the third and fourth day, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Alright, some people don't need to be so happy. We just arrived today, maybe they will want to take a look before they try to test us. Tung Shan looked at Wu Sheng with some jealousy. On the other hand, Lung Song, as expected of a regiment commander, was very open-minded. Seeing that the results were out, he said with a serious face, no matter what happens, everyone must be careful when you are on duty. One of the sentries must be in the light while the other two are in the dark, forming a triangle to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Alright, you guys can go and prepare. While Lung Song let the two battalion commanders prepare, he also transferred 2 platoon leaders and 10 elite brothers from the second company. Although he said that the lot was drawn early, and that the enemy would rarely appear between the first and second day of the night, Lung Song still made preparations to meet the enemy during the operation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly transferred 2 platoon leaders to be in charge of the sentries. But no matter how thorough the preparations were, seeing that the second day of the night had passed and the third day of the night had arrived, there was no abnormality in the outside world. Lung Song sighed, somewhat disappointed, and wanted to arrange for someone to inform Wu Sheng. Haha, no need to trouble the regiment commander, I'm already here. Unknowingly, Wu Sheng brought people and appeared behind Lung Song. Looking at the other party's camp, it was actually also led by 2 platoon leaders, and there were also quite a few squad leaders and vice squad leaders. Looking at this camp, Lung Song knew that there was no need to remind the other party to be careful. When he left, he only patted the other party's shoulder, but at this moment, silence really spoke louder than words. Wu Xing took over the defense, and quickly started to set up according to the plan. Around the small courtyard, the 12 people he brought along split into 3 groups, with 2 in the dark and 1 in the light. He himself found a safe corner and stayed in the middle, constantly looking around with the night vision device in his hand. In his heart, He was still praying that if there were any enemies, they must appear when he was on duty. This was a good opportunity to show his face in front of the sixth young master. Perhaps their prayers had worked. Just a quarter of an hour after Wuxia and the others had hidden themselves, there was finally some movement on the wall of the courtyard. Although it was very slight, it was still discovered by the brothers who were in charge of guarding the courtyard. Speaking of which, this was all due to the camouflage training of the cold front line. Camouflage was created by Yang Qindong and was improved based on his training when he was a soldier. The requirement was that any qualified cold frontline must be able to stay in the same place for 24 hours without eating or drinking. This was the ability. To be able to stay in the same place for 24 hours was only a pass. 2 days was considered good, and 3 days was considered excellent. At first, many people did not understand this training, thinking that it did not require much skill, and the training was not meaningful. However, after a real test, after staying in the same place for 24 hours without moving, everyone realized how important this training was to train their mentality. It was precisely because of this training that the cold front members' violent tempers were much more restrained. This kind of training also allowed many of them to learn how to calm their hearts. This was to ensure that they would be able to face everything calmly under any kind of dangerous situation. The camouflage training also allowed every cold frontline to have the potential to become an excellent sentry. It meant that at any time, anyone would be able to complete the task of being on guard. It was because of the inhuman training that the Imperial bodyguards did not discover the 8 hidden sentry. They only saw the 4 open sentry. It was the existence of the sentries that caused the 8 embroidered uniform guards to let down their guard. They carefully observed their surroundings, and after finding that there was nothing out of the ordinary, they began to slowly move towards the 4 sentries. The open sentry was located in the center of the courtyard, far beyond the distance of 70 steps. The Imperial bodyguards' bows could not reach the sentry, so if they wanted to get anything, they had to keep moving closer. However, they did not know that this method of approaching the sentry was bringing them closer to the Grim Reaper. The 8 Imperial bodyguards did have some skills. If it was not for the hidden sentry, it would not have been easy to discover them. However, even though they were discovered, Wuxia, who was hiding in the corner and watching everything with his night vision, did not immediately give the order to close the net. It was because he was not sure if the enemy had any reinforcements. This time, he wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. If even one of them escaped, it would be considered a failure. Chapter 189. He carefully observed his surroundings, waiting to see if the other party still had any tricks up his sleeve. The 8 embroidered uniform guards had climbed over the high wall and were approaching the 4 sentries. Some of them had even taken out the strong bows on their backs, but Wuxia still did not see any backup. It should be these people. Even if they have backup plans, they won't be able to enter the courtyard. Wuxia quickly made a decision based on the situation. He then slowly stood up and moved his right hand to his mouth. Hand signals in the day and whistles at night. That was how the cold vanguards communicated with each other. Wuxia placed his right hand to his mouth and concentrated his qi into his dantian. He exhaled fiercely, and a sharp whistle was emitted from his mouth. It was especially bright and clear in the silent night. As soon as the whistle was emitted, 6 of the 8 sentries who had been waiting impatiently appeared in the darkness. The 95 style that they had been holding tightly in their hands spat out bright flames in the darkness. They fired directly at the embroidered uniform guards who had their backs facing them. Bang! 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 6 of the 8 embroidered uniform guards were knocked down by the first wave of attacks. The other 2 were also shocked by the sound. One of them stood there in a daze and was hit by the second wave of gunfire. The other reacted quickly and rolled on the ground, trying to find a safe place to hide. However, he was killed by a single shot just as he stood up. This shot was fired by Wuxia. Under the night vision goggles, any dodging was meaningless. Bang! 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 Footsteps were heard in the courtyard. One of the cold vanguards who was in charge of guarding the courtyard had rushed over to provide backup. Nothing was absolute. They would always have a backup plan. That was how the cold vanguards operated. As for the other cold vanguards, they were still sleeping in their rooms. Gunshots in the middle of the night had happened before. As long as the gunshots were not too intense, they had the right to not get out of bed. Search. See if there are any more enemies outside. Check if the enemies are completely dead. After Wu Sheng killed an embroidered uniform guard with a single shot, he walked out of the darkness and commanded everyone with a smile on his face. Although this was nothing compared to Lung Feng's previous battles, it was equivalent to showing his face in front of the sixth young master. No matter how he looked at it, it was a joyous occasion. Some people were examining the body, while others had already jumped onto the wall to look outside. However, from the beginning to the end, there were still 2 hidden sentries who did not move at all. This was a precautionary measure. It had to be said that under Yang Qindong's training, the cold vanguard guards had already become elites. If the Great Ming Dynasty's imperial guards wanted to use strong bows to deal with them, not to mention 8 people, even if 80 or even 800 people came, they still wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage. Outside the courtyard, the sudden sound of gunfire startled Hanji and the other 2. Their instinctive reaction was that something must have happened to the people they sent out. They must have been discovered. As for whether they succeeded or not, and whether they killed or injured their mercenary brothers, they would only know when they saw their brothers who escaped. Hanji did not move. He was still waiting. Baizhou moved. The gunshot was the signal, and it was time for him to wrap things up. The whistle that signaled the attack was somewhat abrupt in the silent night. This also attracted the attention of Hanji, who was hiding in a corner and waiting for news. What's that sound? He looked around vigilantly and asked his 2 subordinates who were hiding in the corner. It sounds like a whistle, but it's already the curfew. Who would blow such a thing on the streets in the middle of the night? One of the subordinates touched his head with a puzzled expression. Michem? This is not good. Let's go. On the other hand, Hanji was worthy of being the commander of the embroidered uniform guards. His reaction was not slow. Although he could not figure out what was wrong, his instincts told him that the situation was not right. The safest thing to do now was to retreat. As he spoke, he rushed out of the corner in a flash. The moment he rushed out, a fiery light flashed in the darkness, staring at the place he had just been hiding. It had been less than half a breath's worth of time, and it would have taken his life. Perhaps it was due to good luck or some other reason, but this shot did not take Hanji's life. However, his 2 subordinates did not have such good luck. While they were still in a daze, their bodies fell to the ground. Their bodies violently rose and fell several times, and then there was no more movement. When he turned his head to look, he saw the scene of his 2 subordinates dying on the spot. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. At this moment, Hanji was certain that he had been targeted, and if he was not mistaken, it was the work of mercenaries. After all, in the capital, there were very few people who dared to attack an embroidered uniform guard, and an official of the embroidered uniform guard, on the streets. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm only passing by. I have no intention of making things difficult for you. Knowing the power of the new firearms, Hanji did not dare to take any chances. He was afraid that in the next moment, he would die on the spot like his subordinates, so he simply stopped hiding. He stood up and stood in the middle of the street, and then loudly shouted. This shout was not only to express his submission, but also to attract the attention of the night watchman in the capital. Although it was a curfew, the people of the 5 cities' warden's office still had the right to walk on the streets, patrol, and protect the law and order. Bah! A crisp sound rang out as soon as Hanji stood up, and then a piercing pain came from his leg. The strong pain made him half kneel on the ground with a plop, and the cold sweat on his face dripped like rain. The half-kneeling Hanji did not understand. He had already surrendered, so why did these people still have no intention of letting him go? Did they really want to kill him? I am the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, a 4th-rank official of the court. You can't kill me, or else it will be very troublesome. Seeing that begging for mercy was not going to work, Hanji used intimidation. But no matter how he shouted, in the eyes of the ghost snipers he was already a dead man. Daring to find trouble with the 6th young master was tantamount to being sentenced to death. No matter who pleaded for mercy, it was useless. Bah! Another sniper shot rang out. This time, it hit Hanji's left leg. Blood splattered. The bullet directly passed through the flesh of the thigh and quickly left. With a piercing wound, Hanji fell to his knees with a plop, unable to move an inch. No. No. Tears fell like rain. Hanji was so scared that he actually cried. If they had killed him directly, it might not have been so painful. However, this kind of torture was the best way to break a person's heart. Back then there were many people who had been captured and tortured to death by him. Thinking about how they were unable to live or die, he even laughed out loud at that time. God made fools of people. Who would have thought that it would be his turn now? Bah! Another shot hit him in the left shoulder. His body could not help but tilt, almost falling to the ground. Kill me, kill me. This feeling of facing death at any time made Hanji's mind begin to collapse. At this time, he no longer hoped to live, only to die quickly, which was also a kind of happy relief. However, the gunshots that should have sounded did not continue, and everything seemed to be quiet. There was only the faint sound of blood flowing out of the body. After half an hour, about a third of the blood in his body had flowed out. Without any emergency treatment, Hanji finally fell into a coma, due to excessive blood loss. Then he slowly died. Of course, they did not directly kill Hanji, because they did not want to let him off too easily. Feeling the feeling of death bit by bit was the result that Bai Zhuo and the others wanted. The night wind blew, bringing with it the smell of blood, and then slowly dissipated into the air. The people living nearby only heard the crisp sound of firecrackers in the middle of the night, but no one knew what exactly happened, and no one had the courage to come out and take a look. It was not until the sky was completely bright that the people walked out of their houses. At this moment, the gate of the embroidered uniform guard's office was very lively, and 11 corpses, including Hanji, were neatly lined up there. No one knew who sent these corpses, and the first people who found them were the soldiers of the warden's office patrolling the nearby 5 cities. The 11 people sent out were all dead, including Hanji. When the news reached LV Gui's ears, his face was pale and unsightly. Collect the corpses, send a coroner to examine them, and report the results to me. After saying this to his subordinates, LV Gui plopped back into his chair. When he sent out this mission, LV Gui did not think that it would fail. But even if he was mentally prepared, he did not think that they would fail so miserably, and that even Hanji would be dead. LV Gui understood Hanji's subordinate quite well. He was not very courageous, and could bully people by relying on the might of the tiger, but he was not brave enough to take risks and fight with his life. Logically speaking, such a person would not follow an ordinary embroidered uniform guard to carry out a mission. But why did he die? Could it be that these mercenaries were really so powerful? When he thought of this, LV Gui did not feel happy at all, and instead became very nervous. If it was really like this, would these mercenaries let it go? Would they come to find trouble with him because of this? Humans were like this. The losing side of a battle would always feel that they were weak, as if they were afraid that the other side would not let them go. But LV Gui did not think about it. If he did not send people to investigate, how could there be such a result? LV Gui was still dizzy in the room, and his mood was somewhat uneasy. The coroner he sent out returned with news that the 11 corpses were all killed by gunpowder, but unfortunately, there was no gunpowder residue found on their bodies. Looking at the wounds, it should be that the gunpowder that entered the bodies of the embroidered uniform guards was dug out after they died. Chapter 190. He's already dead. Why won't they let him go? This is going too far. After hearing the coroner's report, Lu Gui roared angrily. But before he could vent his anger, a subordinate came in to report that the Marquis of Loyalty Yang Chendong had arrived with 100 soldiers from the warden's office. They had already passed the gatehouse and were heading towards the inner courtyard. Upon hearing that Yang Chendong had arrived, Lu Gui immediately guessed his intentions. He immediately said anxiously, "Who let them in? Can't you stop them?" "Commander, we can't stop them. Marquis Yang has the command token of the embroidered uniform guard. None of us dared to stop him." The embroidered uniform guard who had reported the news replied with an aggrieved expression. "This tell him that I'm not here." As Lu Gui spoke, he looked around. It was clear that he wanted to find a safe place to hide. Bang! With a muffled sound, the door was kicked open from the outside. Yang Chendong, with a murderous look, appeared in front of LV Gue with hundreds of soldiers from the warden's office of the 5 cities. Ah! At first, there was a cry of alarm, but Lu Gue quickly reacted. He forced himself to remain calm and asked Yang Chendong in a questioning tone. Marquis Yang, what are you doing? Do you know what kind of crime it is to bring people into the embroidered uniform guard? Lu Gui's appearance at this moment was fierce on the outside, but timid on the inside. In response to Lu Gui's howls and questioning, the soldiers of the warden's office standing opposite him all laughed coldly. This time, to be able to follow the Marquis of Loyalty into the embroidered uniform guard was a very glorious thing. With today's experience, it was likely that in the future he would have something to brag about with his colleagues. In the past, it was always the embroidered uniform guard who found trouble with them. Everyone was a soldier and ate grain, but the treatment was very different. Now that Yang Chendong was here, it was different. How awe-inspiring was it to openly charge into the embroidered uniform guard to arrest someone? Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. LV Gue was still shouting, still showing off his might. It could even be said that he was acting shamelessly. Yang Chendong snorted disdainfully and said, as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, you still have the face to talk about Marquis. Do you know that last night, there were brothers from the embroidered uniform guard who went looking for trouble with the mercenaries? Because of this, they almost injured their people. Now that they are asking for an explanation from us, how do you think I should answer? Ha! When Yang Chendong asked this question, Lu Gue suddenly became weak. But when he thought about how Han Ji and the others were already dead, and how there was no evidence that he had sent them on a mission, he regained his confidence. What does this have to do with me? Han Ji and the others did it on their own accord. If you want an explanation, just look for them. Look for them? How can you even say that? You want Marquis to argue with the dead? Yang Chendong continued to ask angrily. But then he suddenly stopped and his voice became much colder. Fine, you can deny it. Right now, those mercenaries want Marquis to give them an explanation. They even said that if they are not satisfied, they will immediately leave the capital. If Walla's army comes, you will be the one to face them. After explaining the seriousness of the matter, Yang Chendong did not waste any more words and turned to leave. He really came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Yang Chendong actually left just like that, causing Lu Gue to be a little confused. But when he thought about what Yang Chendong said, if the mercenaries really left because of this, then who would bear the responsibility of protecting the capital? Would it be him? It was not that he was looking down on himself, but Lu Gue really did not have the confidence to do this matter well. Even Ingzong and Shiheng with 500,000 soldiers had been defeated. How could he win against Walla? Wait, loyal Marquis, wait a moment. Considering the seriousness of the matter, Lu Gue had no choice but to shout. As he shouted, he quickly ran out. If he allowed Yang Chendong to leave just like that, he would be guilty of too much. Of course, Yang Chendong would not leave too quickly. Defending the capital and defeating Walla was part of his plan. Even if no one asked him to do it, he would still do it. What he said just now was just to scare the other party, and to gain more benefits. How could he really let the mercenaries leave because of this? How could he really allow Walla, a foreign race, to bully the Han people? After hearing Lu Gui's shout, Yang Chendong naturally stopped. But when he turned around, he still had a serious expression and asked, Commander, why did you call for Marquis? Since you don't know about this matter, I'll ask Eunuch Jean. If Eunuch Jean doesn't care, then just let the mercenaries leave. This Marquis will be able to put down the heavy burden of guarding the capital. Sigh, speaking of which, Marquis is still too young. When he took on this task, he was too loyal. Yang Chendong's words made LV Gue even more stunned after hearing it. When he heard that there would be such serious consequences, he knew that this was not something he could bear. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Marquis Yang, don't be anxious. Can we discuss this matter properly? Although Hanji's actions were purely personal, he is still a member of the Imperial Guard. After thinking about it, this commander also has some responsibility. Marquis Yang, how do you want compensation? If the amount is not too large, This commander can do his part. Lu Gui admitted defeat. Yang Chendong smiled in his heart and his face brightened. Good, it's good that you have this attitude. As for the compensation, the mercenaries have already spoken to Marquis. 500,000 taels of silver can settle this matter. Lu Gui was originally smiling, but when he heard the number of 500,000 taels, he immediately jumped up. How much? This is impossible. No. Lu Gui was still waving his hands and shouting wildly as if he had been bitten. Yang Chendong snorted coldly. Forget it. Since the commander doesn't have it, I will ask eunuch Jin. If he doesn't have it, then let them leave. Yang Chendong turned around and walked away. He didn't have the slightest reluctance, which made Lu Gui stunned. If the performer did not have an audience, what was the point of such a performance? Marquis Yang, don't be anxious. Let's discuss it again. Lu Gui continued to chase after Yang Chendong. In the palace, Ji Ning, who had been paying attention to the situation, rushed to the emperor's resting quarters as soon as she received the news. The situation in the capital was not stable. In the past few days, many officials were sending their families out of the city. Due to the complicated and chaotic situation, there was no morning court. With Zhu Qiyu's permission, the court was changed from 1 day to one every 3 days. When Ji Ning arrived at the palace, Zhu Qiyu was eating breakfast sent by the imperial kitchen. Oh, my beloved official, you are here. Have you eaten breakfast? Let's eat together. The emperor asked an official to accompany him for breakfast. This was already a great favor. Ji Ning was overwhelmed by the favor. If it had been in the past, she would have sat down and served the emperor's breakfast. But now, she was not in the mood to do so. Your Majesty, is there a result from the mercenaries sent to test the waters? What result? Zhu Qiyu, who had been indifferent, stopped moving his chopsticks when he heard Jin Ying's words. He raised his head and asked seriously. There are good and bad results. Ji Ning panicked when Zhu Qiyu looked at her. For a moment, she did not know how to describe what she wanted to say. What does my beloved official mean? Zhu Qiyu was also confused by her words. Perhaps she knew that her description was not appropriate, so Ji Ning hurriedly explained. Your Majesty, the brocade guard followed your orders and went to the mercenaries' temporary camp last night. There were 11 people in total. 11 people died. This morning, they all fell in front of the brocade guard yamen. The people I sent to investigate have returned. Last night, they faintly heard the sound of gunfire. As he spoke, he observed Zhu Qiyu. When he found that Zhu Qiyu was listening attentively, he continued. This is the good news. Facts have proven that this mercenary group does indeed possess extraordinary strength, and they are very vigilant. But they asked for compensation on the grounds that someone was spying on their camp. They asked for 500,000 taels of silver. At this time, the Marquis of Loyalty is representing the mercenaries and communicating with the brocade guard commander Lu Gui. Zhu Qiyu's expression darkened as he listened to Jin Ying's report. When he knew that the mercenaries were strong, he had more confidence in the defense of the capital. But when he heard that the mercenaries were asking for 500,000 taels of silver as compensation for last night's spying, his expression changed drastically. He said, Can you investigate whether anyone died last night? Your Majesty, the Marquis of Loyalty has already given us the answer. The mercenaries did not die. They were only disturbed for a moment. Ji Ning repeated what Yang Chendong had said to Lu Gui. No casualties? Then why did they ask for 500,000 taels of silver? Do they think that my silver and the national treasury's silver fell from the sky? How preposterous! Zhu Qiyu's face was filled with anger. It was obvious that he was angry. It was true that he was the emperor of a country. It was also true that he was wealthy. But the more he was like this, the more he valued his dignity more than anything else. The ones who had died were the brocade guard. The mercenaries had not only killed people, but they also wanted money. This was a threat and extortion. As the emperor of a country, if he backed down and agreed to the other party's request, wouldn't he be lowering his head? If that was the case, how could he lead a country in the future? Seeing that the emperor was angry, Jin Ying's expression turned bitter. The thing he was worried about had happened. The emperor wanted face. The mercenaries' actions had clearly touched his dragon's scales. This was no longer a matter of 500,000 taels of silver. It was a matter of the country's dignity. Logically speaking, the mercenaries' actions were a little excessive. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had advanced firearms and powerful battle prowess, with Jin Ying's personality, he wouldn't have reported this matter to the emperor. Instead, he would have privately ordered the Brocade Guards and the East Faction Guards to arrest these people. At that time, he would use practical actions to tell the other party what they couldn't do and who they couldn't provoke. Chapter 191. But after what had happened last night, he truly didn't have the confidence to do such a thing. And now that the safety of the capital was in danger, he couldn't use violence to suppress the enemy. Otherwise, before Walla's army arrived, he would be thrown into chaos. After all, the emperor had spent a great deal of money to ask Yang Chendong to hire these mercenaries, so there could be no problems at this time. Otherwise, the defense of the capital would probably develop in the worst possible direction. And if Zhu Qiyu lost the capital, he would essentially lose the throne. In the south, there was still Yingzong keeping an eye on this place. If there was a chance to deal a heavy blow to the throne, Yingzong probably wouldn't show any mercy. If Zhu Qiyu was no longer the emperor, what was a great eunuch like him? When the time came, many people would probably try to capture him and bring him to Yingzong to claim credit. Even if it was for her own sake, Jining still had to warn Zhu Qiyu. Even though she knew that he was currently in a bad mood, she still had to say what needed to be said. Your Majesty, a lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. We've already spent 10 million taels of silver, so we don't mind spending another 500,000 taels. As long as Your Majesty agrees, I can privately resolve this problem and do my best to prevent this matter from spreading. What does Your Majesty think? Jining wanted to ask Zhu Qiyu to back down. As soon as she said this, as the emperor of a country, of course he was displeased. He kept a straight face and didn't say yes or no. Zhu Qiyu truly didn't want to lower his head. This was the dignity of a country, not just a matter of 500,000 taels of silver. With his hands behind his back, Zhu Qiyu stood up from the table and walked to the window, looking into the distance. Although all he could see were tall and majestic palaces, it didn't stop him from expressing his feelings. He was very angry. Jining couldn't help but panic at Zhu Qiyu's cold attitude. Your Majesty, this matter can't wait any longer. Please reconsider. The embroidered uniform guard had been the cause of this incident. If the mercenaries were allowed to leave and the capital was lost, all the blame would fall on the head eunuch. He would be the second Wang Zhen, and even the history books would record him as a sinner for all eternity. Therefore, in Jin Ying's heart, even if the mercenaries wanted to leave, it could not be because of the Brocade Guard. At this moment, he really regretted what he did last night. Jin Ying's pleas didn't get any response from Zhu Qiyu. He didn't even turn his head. It was as if he hadn't heard anything. What should we do? Jining was very anxious, but as an official, there was nothing he could do about the emperor's attitude. All he could do was sigh in his heart. Reporting. Just as Jining was feeling helpless and Zhu Qiyu was speechless, another chief eunuch, Ruzhu, arrived outside the palace. As soon as he appeared, he knelt on the ground with a panicked expression, his body trembling slightly. Ruzhu had only been a court eunuch in Daizong's time, and hadn't been particularly outstanding. After Jining took the throne, this man had quickly been promoted to supervising eunuch of the Imperial Horse Directorate, a position that had been guaranteed by the dead monk Qian. He was primarily responsible for communicating with the Bureau of Military Personnel, and was in charge of military affairs. Jining was standing at the gate. When he saw that it was Ruzhu, he instinctively believed that the matter had gotten out of hand, and that LV Gui had not received the decree, and was not willing to pay. So the mercenaries were preparing to leave the capital. When he thought of this possibility, his face paled. Is there something important? There is. The Bureau of Military Personnel has just received news from scouts that the vanguard of the Walla army is less than 150 li from the capital. Tomorrow, they will appear at the walls of the capital. As Ruzhu spoke, he raised his head, revealing a panicked expression. What? Repeat that for us. Zhu Qiyu, who had been facing away from the gate, finally turned around. Not only that, he quickly walked over to Ru Zhu, who was still kneeling on the ground. When Ru Zhu saw that the emperor was asking, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately replied. Reporting to your majesty, the Bureau of Military Personnel has sent news that the vanguard of the Walla army, 10,000 cavalry, is heading toward the capital. They are less than 150 li from here, and will arrive at the city gates tomorrow. So fast. Hearing that the Walla cavalry would arrive at the city gates tomorrow, Zhu Qiyu's face became serious and panicked. The other party was an elite cavalry. Although there were only 10,000 of them, the 10,000 ordinary soldiers in the city couldn't compare to them. Although there wasn't much difference in numbers, more than half of the Great Ming Dynasty's elites had been lost in the Battle of the Tumu Fortress. Later on, when Admiral Shi Hung led the troops to battle, he had taken the remaining elites with him. Now there was only a second-rate army left in the city. How could they stop the Walla army? Thinking that the Walla army would be at the foot of the capital tomorrow, and that they might charge into the capital tomorrow, his position as emperor might come to an end, he couldn't help but stagger a few steps and his body became unstable. Jining reacted quickly and quickly reached out to support Zhu Qiyu, who was 30 years younger than her, and asked with concern, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "Zhen is fine. Beloved subject, the enemy's cavalry is about to arrive. What can we do?" Zhu Qiyu no longer had the stern look on his face. In exchange, he was panicking and lost his mind. It had to be said that Zhu Qiyu was miserable enough. He wasn't even 22 years old, but under the urging of his officials, he had taken over a mess in this chaotic world. Then accidents happened again and again. He, who hadn't fully grasped the imperial power, was like a small boat in the ocean that could be swallowed by the waves at any time. How could he not be nervous and afraid? "Your Majesty, it's fine. Don't we still have the mercenaries? Moreover, the loyal Marquis has already taken charge of guarding the capital. It's time for them to show their loyalty to the country," Jining advised as she supported Zhu Qiyu. Right, there's still the loyal Marquis and the mercenaries. How about this? Immediately take out 500,000 taels of silver from the national treasury to the loyal Marquis and the mercenaries. But remember, last night's incident was the embroidered uniform guard acting on their own. It has nothing to do with us. This silver can only be considered what the embroidered uniform guard owes us. In this dire situation, Zhu Qiyu finally relented, but he did not forget the dignity of the sovereign of a country. Jining also knew that in this situation, this was not the time to haggle over the 500,000 taels of silver, so she immediately agreed. "Your Majesty, be at ease. This subject will handle this matter, and will definitely handle it beautifully. I will not lose face and decorum for the imperial household. Good. With beloved subject handling matters, we are at ease. Quickly go and handle it," Zhu Qiyu said with a hint of anxiety. At this moment, all his hopes were placed on Yang Qindong and the mercenaries he had spent a fortune to hire. The Yamen of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. LV Gui was currently drinking tea with Yang Qindong. The two of them did not communicate much, but in their hearts, they both knew that they were waiting for news from the imperial palace. After all, this involved 500,000 taels of silver and the imperial household's face. The final decision still needed the emperor's decree. Yang Qindong, who was sipping his tea unhurriedly, showed enough confidence at this moment. He insisted that Zhu Qiyu would definitely give in. All of this came from the news he had received last night. The Walla's vanguard cavalry of 10,000 people was approaching the Great Ming Dynasty's capital. If nothing unexpected happened, they would arrive at the city tomorrow. The Yangxia Security Bureau was willing to spend a lot of silver and gold. The information they received was even earlier than the Great Ming Dynasty's imperial household. However, this news would probably reach the imperial palace today and reach Zhu Qiyu's ears. Then the new emperor would have no choice but to give in. Speaking of which, Yang Qindong did not lack the 500,000 taels of silver. However, he insisted on doing this to warn all parties not to easily inquire about the mercenaries. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Presumably, after what happened this morning, Whoever had such an idea would have to think twice before acting. Maintaining the mystery of the mercenaries was also of great significance for future actions. This was also part of the plan to pave the way for some future actions. With such a significance, in order to achieve the goal, what could he do even if he had to confront the genie guards? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he did not do it openly at this time, he was afraid that it would be more troublesome to do it in the future. Yang Chendong's indifference and confidence in LV Gui's eyes made him even more anxious. Unconsciously, there was a difference in the momentum between the two people. Psychologically, Yang Chendong had already won a round. LV Gui even had a thought in his heart that it was better not to provoke this person in the future. Because no matter what, it seemed that he would be the one to suffer in the end. In the past, LV Gui would not have dared to think that someone would dare to cause trouble in the genie guards. It was good enough that he did not bring people to cause trouble, who would dare to take the initiative to come to the door. But today, not only did it happen, but he also had no way to deal with it. This made it difficult for him. In his heart, he only wanted the emperor and eunuch Jin to quickly make a decision. He even faintly thought in his heart, wasn't it just 500,000 taels of silver? Just give it to the loyal marquis. LV Gui's heart had already begun to show weakness. It was at this time that Ru Zhu arrived. At the same time, he brought the emperor's oral decree for the genie guards commander LV Gui. In the inner hall of the genie guards, LV Gui knelt to receive the imperial decree, appearing extremely respectful. It was worth mentioning that Yang Chendong only stood up from the chair when Ru Zhu was about to deliver the emperor's decree. He did not have the slightest intention of kneeling on the ground. Just this kind of behavior was a great disrespect. Logically speaking, it was enough to arrest him. But at this time, whether it was the supervising eunuch Ru Zhu or the genie guards commander LV Gui, they cleverly pretended not to see. At this time, it was not the time to have a dispute. Chapter 192. His Majesty's Verbal Decree. The genie guards acted recklessly and attracted the displeasure of the mercenaries, so they should be punished. But considering the national crisis, Zhen will remember this matter. As for the 500,000 taels, Zhen will withdraw it from the national treasury first. Later, Zhen will slowly deduct it from the genie guards yamen. Also, I hope Lu Gui can learn from this lesson and control his subordinates well. Don't do things that are not beneficial to the country. With a serious face and warning tone, Ru Zhu reprimanded Lu Gui on behalf of the emperor. Finally, there was a result, and it was the compensation method he had thought of. LV Gui breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was not worried about being reprimanded at all. This matter was originally the emperor's idea. He was just taking the blame on behalf of others. Nothing would happen. This subject receives the decree and thanks His Majesty's grace. Lu Gui knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to show respect to the emperor. After Ru Zhu finished telling Lu Gui about the emperor's instructions, he turned to Yang Chendong and said, "Loyal Marquis, the emperor also has a verbal decree for you." This subject receives the decree. Yang Chendong cupped his fists. His face was very respectful, but the words he said were not respectful at all. Asking the envoy to pass on my behalf. This subject fell off a horse during the Battle of Earth and Wood, which triggered an old injury. Now I can't kneel, asking for forgiveness. When Zhu Qiyu of Ying's sect was still alive, he let Yang Chendong organize 3rd Princess Chengda's birthday banquet. To put it bluntly, he was just looking for trouble out of jealousy. At that time, after Yang Chendong organized the birthday banquet, in order to not give others an excuse to deal with him, he lied that he fell off a horse and injured his body. Now he said that he fell off a horse during the Battle of Earth and Wood, which triggered an old injury, so he couldn't kneel. Speaking of which, it was a coincidence. But he didn't think about it. The current Yang Chendong wasn't even 20 years old. Even if he really suffered an injury, at this age he should have recovered. However, he still used this as an excuse. It was clear that he did not respect the imperial power. When Ru Zhu heard this, he was dissatisfied. However, considering that it was time to put the other party in an important position, if he haggled over such a small matter and delayed the important matter, the gains would not make up for the losses. Thus he could only close one eye and say, "It's fine." The emperor's verbal order is only for the Marquis of Zhongdan and this eunuch to discuss how to retreat from the enemy. Right, Walla's vanguard cavalry will arrive at the capital tomorrow, but how will the loyal Marquis deal with them? As the supervising eunuch of the Imperial Horse Directorate, Ru Zhu had the authority to give orders on military matters. At this moment, he was asking about how to deal with the enemy. Naturally, it was within the scope of his authority, so it was reasonable. Of course, Yang Qindong knew who Ru Zhu was. He also knew that Ru Zhu was here on behalf of the imperial power. To put it bluntly, Ru Zhu was here to supervise the army and monitor his every move. This was also one of the characteristics of the Great Ming Dynasty. No matter where the war occurred, no matter how large the scale of the war, there would always be eunuchs participating in supervising the army. This was also a sign that the emperor wanted to control everything in his hands. However, he did not know that it was a great taboo for someone who did not know how to fight to lead an army. Just like in Tumu Castle, Guojing, as the supervising eunuch, played a role in restricting the Great Ming Dynasty's elite army, causing them to lose the best opportunity to fight due to internal friction and suffer a crushing defeat. With the previous example, how could Yang Qindong allow eunuchs to participate in military matters? Immediately he replied with a serious expression. "Eunuch Ru, as for how to deal with the enemy, I still need to discuss with the mercenaries. Of course, with the 500,000 taels of silver, we can show our sincerity. As for how to fight the war, I'm afraid that right now it's not up to you or me to decide. So it's like this. However, I don't know if this eunuch can go with the loyal Marquis to take a look at the mercenaries' barracks?" Ru Zhu said with a modest expression. This was also Zhu Qiyu's intention. Although it was true that the mercenaries were invited by Yang Qindong, they were using his money. He couldn't monopolize them, could he? If possible, he would have his own people contact the mercenaries. If he could use them, wouldn't it be better? He wouldn't have to trouble the loyal Marquis with everything. To put it bluntly, he was burning the bridge after crossing the river. Zhu Qiyu wanted to get rid of Yang Qindong, the middleman. Among the people, this was called forgetting one's mother after getting a wife. How could Yang Qindong not see through this little trick? No one knew that the mercenaries were actually the new Yangxia army under his command. The only reason he didn't reveal this relationship was because the timing wasn't right. As for people wanting to take advantage of the cold front, he wasn't worried at all. It was simply a waste of wax for a blind man to light a lamp. Because it wasn't time to reveal this relationship, Yang Qindong wouldn't make any decisions on behalf of the mercenaries. Instead, he said to Ru Zhu with a smile, "Eunuch Ru wants to go to the mercenaries' barracks to take a look. Marquis naturally welcomes you. However, I can't make the decision on their side. If something unpleasant happens, I hope that Eunuch Ru won't be angry." Hearing that Yang Qindong allowed it, Ru Zhu's face was immediately filled with joy. As long as this person didn't obstruct him, he was confident that he could make friends with the mercenaries. After all, the other party came to make money. Whose money wasn't money? He had the emperor as his backing and the national treasury's silver as his backing. As long as he was willing to spend money, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to convince the mercenaries. As if afraid that Yang Qindong would go back on his word, Ru Zhu hurriedly said, "No problem, no problem. When the time comes, just introduce me to them. As for the other matters, I'll take care of them." "Good, then prepare the silver and set out." Yang Qindong's face was full of smiles. Good. Ru Zhu hurriedly agreed. Then he turned to Lu Gui and said, "Commander, I'll have to trouble you to send some people to escort 500,000 taels of silver from the national treasury to the mercenaries' compound. Thank you for your trouble." Ru Zhu and Lu Gui were both Eunuch Jin's trusted aides. Their positions were also very close, so it was natural for them to be polite. To this, Lu Gui also politely replied, "It's my duty, it's my duty. I'll arrange for people to do it right away." The morning's questioning finally had a result. In the end, it ended with the imperial power backing down. Of course, to the outside world, this was the embroidered uniform guards backing down, not the emperor backing down. The 100 embroidered uniform guards pushed out 10 large carriages. In each carriage, There were 10 large chests. A total of 500,000 taels of silver headed straight for the mercenaries' barracks. As if afraid that Yang Qindong would do something bad, when Lu Gui went to arrange for people to go to the national treasury to get the silver, Ruju accompanied him the entire time. He really didn't leave his side and didn't give him any space or time to spread the news. However, what Ruju didn't know was that when Yang Qindong faced him, he stood with his hands behind his back. The hands behind his back were constantly making gestures to convey what he wanted to say. All of this was clearly seen by Tiger's Mane, who was standing behind him as a servant. After understanding what the young master wanted to say, he quietly left. Ruju didn't care about this at all. He only wanted to keep an eye on Yang Qindong so that he didn't spread the news, especially not to the mercenaries. Other people and matters were not within his scope of concern. Just like this, Ruju accompanied Yang Qindong until the silver was prepared. Only then did Ruju happily ask the loyal marquis to accompany him to the mercenaries' courtyard. Yang Qindong gladly agreed, and the group left the embroidered uniform guards' yamen in a grandiose manner. Along the way, this group quickly attracted the attention of the common people they encountered. Spies from the Bureau of Security had already been planted in the crowd. With their intentional spread, the news that the embroidered uniform guard was looking for trouble with the mercenaries protecting the capital quickly spread. Many common people began to reprimand the embroidered uniform guard, and the balance of public opinion began to tilt in favor of the mercenaries. Leading public opinion for one's own use had not been noticed at the time, but Yang Qindong knew that in many cases, obtaining the support of the common people was already half the battle. Of course, there was no need for him to explain these things that would later be regarded as the truth to others. There was a wide road in front of the mercenaries' courtyard. He had only chosen this place because he had considered the problem of gathering an army. When Yang Qindong and Ruju arrived, it naturally didn't feel crowded at all. This place is not bad. Loyal Marquis is quite considerate. Ruju seemed intent on getting close to Yang Qindong, and he would only be satisfied with a few words of praise for this courtyard. Regarding this, Yang Qindong only smiled without saying anything. He naturally knew what the other party was thinking. If it weren't for the fact that he was still useful, the other party would have already coldly glared at him, and even tried to make trouble for him. For this eunuch who had no emotions and only cared about profit and power, Yang Qindong was already giving him a lot of face by showing him some courtesy. As for any words of thanks or praise, that was simply out of the question. Since the cold vanguard had already entered the capital, no one would be able to make things difficult for him in the future. This was a display of his confidence. Yang Qindong's nonchalant attitude and silent smile along the way was seen by Ruju, and in exchange he sneered coldly in his heart. He had already decided that once he got involved with the mercenaries, the loyal marquis would just go wherever he wanted to go. Even eunuchs would look down on nobles who relied on the power of others. At the entrance of the courtyard, four cold vanguard soldiers stood at attention. They held a black and cold 95 style in their hands, and the gleaming bayonets on the body of the spear gave off an intimidating aura. How mighty! Ruju praised sincerely after seeing the might of the four mercenaries from afar. As they spoke, the group arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Four gleaming bayonets were placed horizontally in front of everyone. This is an important military area. Unrelated people are not allowed to disturb us. Please leave quickly, or else bear the consequences. The four cold vanguard soldiers didn't show the slightest hint of fear despite the size of the group. On the contrary, they even took the initiative to speak. Chapter 193. Yang Qindong stood in the middle of the crowd and watched all of this with an indifferent expression. He had no intention of walking out. He had not come into contact with the cold front for a long time. He also wanted to see the mental state of this troop from the side. Ruju stood in the front row of the crowd. Especially when he was about to reach the entrance of the courtyard, he intentionally quickened his pace. His intention to seize the opportunity was very obvious. Yang Qindong was happy to see this happen. That was because he knew that the cold front would not treat Ruju well just because of some silver. If they really did that, It would be equivalent to being expelled from the cold front. Only with iron discipline would an iron army appear. Yang Chendong was very confident in this point. However, some people did not know about this. After seeing that the front was blocked, Ruzhu took the initiative to walk out. He then put on a smile on his face and bowed respectfully as he said, "Brothers, please allow me to report. I am a supervising eunuch of the Great Ming's Imperial Horse Directorate. This time, I am here to deliver the silver. Do you think you can let us pass? Step back. If you take half a step forward, you will be killed without mercy." In response to Ruzhu's attempt to curry favor with him, the platoon leader of the cold front, who was standing guard at the entrance, had a serious expression on his face. At the same time, he pulled the bolt of the 95 style gun in his hand, and a murderous aura spread out in all directions. In the past, Ruzhu was only an internal envoy. When had he ever seen such a scene? He was immediately frightened and involuntarily stepped back. His mouth trembled as he said, "This eunuch is really here to deliver the silver. If you don't believe me, you can call your general out to verify my authenticity. Who is making a racket outside the courtyard? Do you know that this is a military area? Unrelated people are not allowed to come near." A shout came from inside the gate. Then, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. Soon after, a dozen or so cold front soldiers led by Tung Shan walked out of the courtyard. As soon as these people appeared, they raised the 95 style and held it in their hands. Then, they coldly stared at the Great Ming Empire's embroidered uniform guards outside the door with hawk-like eyes. It was as if they were ready to fight if they didn't get along. The embroidered uniform guards were considered ferocious. Who knew how many people were bullied by them? From commoners to merchants, to officials and nobles, who wouldn't tremble when they saw them, afraid that they would be remembered? This also made them feel superior to others. But for some reason, the moment he saw Lung Feng, a chill rushed out from the soles of his feet. It felt as if he was being targeted by a ferocious tiger, and could become a piece of meat in its stomach at any moment. Some of the more timid embroidered uniform guards didn't even know where to put their hands and feet. They just lowered their heads and didn't say a word. Ruzhu also felt a chill spreading from his head to his feet. He did not know that this was because Tung Shan and the others had killed too many people on Little Ryukyu Island. However, no matter how scared he was, since he received the imperial order, he always wanted to complete the mission. After he raised his head and saw Tung Shan's murderous aura, he immediately lowered his head. Then he tried to use a negotiating tone and said, "General, I am a supervising eunuch of the Great Ming's Imperial Horse Directorate. This time, I am here on the orders of our emperor to deliver silver to you." Deliver silver? Hearing Ruzhu's words, Tung Shan's murderous aura seemed to have cooled down a lot. Sensing that the other party's tone seemed to have loosened, Ruzhu thought to himself that silver was indeed the most useful thing. He immediately said, Yes, we are here to deliver silver to you. However, how should I address you, General? Are you the highest-ranking leader here?" "This battalion commander isn't the highest-ranking leader? What? Are you looking down on this battalion commander's low position?" Tung Shan looked at Ruzhu with an ice-cold gaze. His murderous aura reappeared. Ruzhu only asked about the other party's identity and position because he wanted to get to know the other party's higher-ups in the shortest time possible and establish a good relationship with them. He really didn't have any other intentions. However, after being reminded by Tung Shan and thinking about his previous behavior, he seemed to be a little too impatient. For a moment, Ruzhu regretted his impatient actions. He opened his mouth and said, No, this general misunderstood. This eunuch didn't mean that." "Humph. Leave your money and get out of here." Tung Shan had no intention of listening to Ruzhu's explanation. He seemed to have been angered by Ruzhu's words. At this moment, he waved his hand and looked like he was going to chase them away. "Leave your silver and scram." This was completely different from what Ruzhu had imagined. For a moment he couldn't accept it. "General, shouldn't you call your leader over and discuss this?" Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and the tiles on the roof of the house opposite the courtyard were broken into countless pieces. Then, the tiles fell from above, raising waves of dust. Tung Shan opened fire. This was how he answered Ru Zhu's question. Facts speak louder than words. After a series of gunshots, all the brocade-gowned guards present were stunned on the spot. Then someone shouted, "Oh my God!" Next, the brocade-gowned guards gave up on their carriages and retreated in large strides. Ru Zhu was also in the crowd. In fact, his speed of retreat was not slower than anyone else. It had to be said that in the face of life-threatening danger, even a eunuch's reaction could be surprisingly fast. Everyone was retreating. Soon, Yang Qindong, Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, and Qiu Vi of the first guard who had been standing in the crowd appeared. Initially, when Teng Shan saw that some people did not retreat, he revealed a trace of anger. He wanted to teach them a lesson for ignoring his cold front. However, when the crowd retreated and Yang Qindong stood at the very front, Teng Shan, who originally had a ferocious look on his face and looked like he would attack at any moment, immediately turned into astonishment, followed by excitement and agitation. His originally straight and strong legs now looked like they were about to bend and kneel on the ground. The earliest cold front was personally trained by Yang Qindong. Even Lung Feng, who was in his later years, had only heard legends about the sixth young master. It could be said that in the most elite of the cold front, if there was only one person who could not be disrespected, and who everyone respected and had to give a thumbs up to, it would be Yang Qindong. Even Commander Lung Song of the army, although he also had the word Lung in his name, he only wore the army's Lung Feng uniform. It was more like in the Navy, Commander Gao Xiong's uniform. However, with only Yang Qindong, no matter if it was the army, the Navy, or even the Air Force who were practicing hot air balloons, they all respected him. He had a godlike reputation. When Teng Shan saw him, how could he not want to kneel on the ground? Cough. With a soft cough, Yang Qindong could tell what Teng Shan was going to do, and what kind of performance he was going to show. He immediately reminded him. Although the cough was not loud, it shocked Teng Shan like a sudden clap of thunder. When he saw Commander Ru and a group of Imperial Guards looking at him from the corner of his eyes, he finally remembered where he was, and what kind of situation he was in. Teng Shan forcefully put away his thoughts of kneeling and bowing to Yang Qindong. Then he made a gesture of inviting him in. Following Teng Shan's action, all the cold front soldiers standing on both sides of him straightened their bodies as if they were soldiers waiting for the king to inspect them. Some of these cold front soldiers were personally trained by Yang Qindong, some of their military ranks were taught by the sixth young master, and some of them did not know Yang Qindong. However, this did not stop them from expressing their respect for the young master. He really wanted to say something to these brothers, even if it was just to pat them on the shoulder and give them some encouragement. However, Yang Qindong knew that this was not the time to do this. If he appeared too close to the mercenaries, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. This would not be beneficial to his next plan. With his back facing Commander Ru and the others, Yang Qindong could only smile at these cold front soldiers. However, this smile was like the sun in the cold winter, making these brothers feel a warmth from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, their hearts were beating rapidly. This was the godlike sixth young master, and he was smiling at them? With this experience, they would be able to brag about it for a while when they returned to Crimson City. Teng Shan also suppressed the excitement in his heart. After Yang Qindong stepped into the courtyard, he quickly followed him. At this moment, a large group of people had already knelt down in the courtyard. The leaders were Commander Lung Song and Battalion Commander Wu Sheng. "Welcome, sixth young master." The voice was low, but it was more like the ray of sunlight before dawn, ready to explode with powerful energy at any time. "Brothers, thank you for your hard work." Facing close to 300 cold front soldiers, Yang Qindong was also very excited. In his eyes, these were his children. They were created by him, and they were also his pride. The words "thank you for your hard work" caused many cold front soldiers who would not even blink in the face of death to cry. Perhaps to them, these were the words they had been waiting for. Yang Qindong was also very excited in his heart. At this time, he felt as if he had returned to the barracks of his previous life, and saw those outstanding soldiers he had brought with him. This made him unable to calm down. However, Yang Qindong, who had lived 2 lives, knew what he wanted to protect, what he pursued, and what his dreams were. In order to achieve this final goal, he could not do whatever he wanted at this moment. Hence, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked in front of Lung Song. He patted his shoulder and said, "Not bad, you're more sturdy than before. Thank you, sixth young master, for your praise." Lung Song, who did not like to smile and always had a stern face in the eyes of the soldiers, actually smiled at this moment. His smile was so carefree, so natural, and so sincere. Chapter 194. He walked up to Ting Shan, who had just returned to his unit, and lightly nodded. Extending a hand, he smoothed out Ting Shan's uniform. "Very good. You're much more spirited than before." "Thank you, sixth young master, for your praise," Ting Shan replied in a low voice, suppressing his excitement. Taking another step forward, Yang Qindong arrived in front of Wu Sheng. Extending his right hand, he formed a fist and punched Wu Sheng's chest. "Very good. I heard that you've worked very hard. Now that you're a battalion commander, keep it up." Wu Sheng did not complain after being punched. On the contrary, he excitedly called out, "Sixth young master, please be at ease. Wu Sheng will definitely perform even better, and strive to become regimental commander as soon as possible, surpassing regiment commander Lung Song, and becoming his commanding officer." This cry immediately drew laughter from the other members of the Cold Front. One by one, it took him a full hour to greet each of his brothers. He could still call out the names of some of them, but he didn't recognize some of them. However, this didn't stop them from quickly becoming friends and brothers. Lung Song, Ting Shan, and Wu Sheng followed at Yang Qindong's side, introducing each of their unfamiliar brothers to him, recounting the contributions they had made, the areas in which they had excelled, and their individual characteristics. In this hour, Yang Qindong had gained a deeper understanding of the 300 Cold Front members. At this moment, the 500,000 taels of silver had been carried into the courtyard. Even the Cold Front members who had been guarding the gate had entered the courtyard to greet the sixth young master. "Very good. Your performance has greatly pleased this young master. You truly live up to the name of the Cold Front." Once everyone stood in line in front of Yang Qindong, the founder of the Cold Front began to speak. "The Cold Front is like the cold edge of a weapon, but it has a purpose, and it is unyielding, unstoppable, and invincible. Today you were able to stand out from the rest of the Cold Front and come to the capital, come to this young master's side. This is even more proof of your excellence, that you are outstanding members of the Cold Front. For this reason, this young master is proud of you." After a round of encouragement, Yang Qindong sensed that the morale of the Cold Front soldiers had risen to an unprecedented level. Yang Qindong's face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly changed and became much more serious. "I don't care what kind of glorious past you have and what kind of outstanding performance you have. But now, this young master hopes that you can forget everything about the past and face the reality before you again. That is, you will be fighting against 10, 100, or even 1,000 people by yourself. I wonder if you can do it?" "Yes." With a low growl, the veins on the necks of the Cold Front members tightened, as if they would burst at any moment. This was their way of expressing their desire for victory and their confidence in themselves. "Very good. Now I give the order for those who should rest to rest. The 3 battalion commanders, come with me." Yang Qindong knew that tomorrow's battle would descend. So in order for the soldiers to face the enemy with full energy and vigor, he gave the order for them to rest. With the order to disperse, the 300 Cold Front members left in an orderly fashion. There was not the slightest bit of panic in the process. This was the performance of a true elite force. From this, one could see that the great effort Yang Qindong had put into training them in formation had been effective. Lung Song, Ting Shan, and Wu Sheng followed Yang Qindong to a secret room deep within the courtyard. Qiu Vi led a group of guards to search the place. After confirming that there was nothing suspicious or dangerous, Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei flanked Yang Qindong on either side. It wasn't that Yang Qindong didn't trust Lung Feng's team, but as a leader, he should have such an imposing manner. It was said that sometimes, distance makes the heart grow fonder. Between a superior and a subordinate, There should be enough distance. Otherwise, if the relationship was too close, there would be a lack of mystery. Naturally, when he wanted to lead them, the words he said would be somewhat discounted. Tiger's mane and the other's actions were seen by Lung Song and the other two. If it were anyone else who dared to treat them like this, they would have been furious and would have even taken out their weapons to fight. However, this was allowed by the sixth young master, so they did not dare to show the slightest displeasure or displeasure. Speaking of which, all of this was thanks to Luan Xiaoqian, Mo Qingyu, and the other political instructors. It was because of the existence of these political instructors that they constantly told the Cold Front members about the brilliance and greatness of the sixth young master. Gradually, everyone began to view Yang Qindong as a god. Because of this, who would dare to disobey his orders? Not to mention disobeying anything. If anyone dared to say anything bad about the sixth young master, who knew how many people would put that person to death in an instant? At this point, even Lung Song, the only regiment commander in the army, did not dare to have any other thoughts or actions. Perhaps a regiment commander's position was already very high, and could be said to be the true commander of the army. But if he dared to say that Yang Qindong was not good, he was afraid that even the brothers who had the best relationship with him would turn against him because of this. This was the power of political instructors. They were able to eliminate the possibility of betrayal from the Cold Front members. Yang Qindong sat at the head of the table. Tiger's mane then spread out a map that he had already drawn on the table. Yang Qindong pointed at it and said, "Come and see." Outside the courtyard, looking at the closed door, Ruju was not willing to leave like this. Thus he did not leave. Instead, he stood on the street and waited. However, this wait lasted for more than 2 hours. Fortunately, there was an accompanying eunuch who got a wooden stool for him to sit on. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on. Why hasn't the loyal marquis come out yet? Could it be that something has happened? One of the accompanying embroidered uniform guard by who saw that so much time had passed, but there was still no movement from the small courtyard. He could not help but ask suspiciously, "Don't speak nonsense." Ruju's face stiffened, as if he was reprimanding him. However, in his heart, he was thinking that it would be best if something happened to Yang Qindong. If that was the case, the matter of communicating with the mercenaries would fall to him. At that time, he would be able to reap a lot of benefits. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Just as Ruju was thinking about this, the door suddenly opened. Yang Qindong, dressed in green, walked out in large strides. As soon as Yang Qindong appeared, Ruju's eyes were fixed on him. He wanted to see if there would be any important figures from the mercenaries coming out to see him off. If that was the case, he could take the opportunity to say a few words and get familiar with them first. Unfortunately, only Yang Qindong and his servants came out. Not a single mercenary came out to see them off. This caused Ruju's face to be filled with disappointment. However, what he did not know was that the disappointment was yet to come. After Yang Qindong walked out of the courtyard, he directly came to Ruju and said with a serious expression, "Eunuch Ru, I have already tried my best to communicate with the mercenary generals. However, they did not agree to a eunuch being in charge of the army. They also said that since they have received the money, they naturally would not let the Walla army take the capital." After saying this, Yang Qindong shrugged his shoulders, looking as if he was powerless. Ruju felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was frozen in place for who knew how long before he came back to his senses. At this time, Yang Qindong had already walked past him, heading in the direction of the immortal abode with his servants. "Wait a moment, Marquis Yang. What is going on here? The imperial supervisor has always been in the Great Ming Dynasty. Why are they making an exception now? I don't think this will work," Ruju said with a face full of unwillingness. He had already patted his chest in front of the emperor and Jining, saying that he would use the war as an opportunity to establish a good relationship with the mercenaries. He would also do his best to obtain a few new firearms, providing the best specimens for the Great Ming Dynasty's development. But now, even his authority to supervise the army had been taken away. Didn't that mean that this wish could no longer be fulfilled? Yang Qindong stopped in his tracks when Ruju called out to him. He suddenly turned around and said, "Eunuch Ru, you said that this is the law of the Great Ming Dynasty, but these people do not belong to the Great Ming, so they do not need to follow it. Of course, if Eunuch Ru is not satisfied, you can ask them yourself. However, if you provoke their displeasure, then you will have to take responsibility for the consequences. Right, I must remind you that the vanguard cavalry of the Walla will arrive tomorrow. It would be best if nothing unexpected were to happen." As if it was a kind reminder, Yang Chendong turned around and left with a hearty laugh, leaving behind a stunned Ru Xing. He was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Of course, he wanted to do as Yang Chendong said, and ask the mercenaries about the Great Ming Dynasty's rules. However, after the embroidered uniform guard's reckless actions last night, he didn't dare to do that again. What if he really angered them and they demanded money again? He had already paid 500,000 taels. He had already lost face once. Was he going to lose face a second time? Ru Zhu let out a long sigh. He knew that he would not be able to complete the decree this time. He really didn't know that the emperor would be so furious after finding out about this. It seemed that he still needed to greet eunuch Jining and protect his current position first. As for forming a good relationship with the mercenaries, once the war started, it wouldn't end in a day or two. When the time came, an opportunity should appear. Putting aside the fact that Ru Zhu went to the palace to find Jining and reported what happened to the emperor, it caused Zhu Qiyu to be extremely angry. The news quickly spread in the city that the 10,000 elite vanguard cavalry of the Walla would arrive in the capital tomorrow. When the news came out, the entire city was terrified. Some people began to pack their bags and prepare to leave the capital. Some cowards who had nowhere else to go began to pray at home, hoping that the Great Ming Dynasty's army could win a battle and defeat the wolves of the Walla. After a short while, the 4 girls in camouflage uniforms returned to Yang Chendong. They were also in camouflage uniforms. When the 4 women wore the custom-made camouflage uniforms, their graceful figures were immediately highlighted. They actually had such a temperament, and were so different from the rest. Hu Yan and the other 2 women looked at each other and chattered nonstop. Only Qiao Yin, who knew the truth, kept smiling. She knew that these clothes were not borrowed at all. They had already arranged for the garment factory in Crimson City to make them according to the women's figures. At that time, the concept of men being superior to women was very serious. Even the few men who loved their wives would be called a lioness from Hudong. Sometimes, these men had to worry about other people's opinions and do some things that hurt women. Only Yang Chendong really doted on his women. When he did things, he did not care about other people's opinions and thoughts. While the women were satisfied with the military uniform, they were even more satisfied with Yang Chendong's attitude towards them. This was what made them happy. Seeing the 4 women slowly calm down from their excitement, Yang Chendong smiled and said, "These clothes are not for you to wear for free. There is a mission." "Ah, there is a mission? What mission?" When Hu Yan and the other 2 women heard that there was a mission, their breathing became a lot more rapid. They even wondered if Lu Lang really wanted them to go to the battlefield. But what could they do without the strength to truss a chicken? The 4 women looked at him suspiciously. Yang Chendong chuckled and said, "What are you thinking? How can I be willing to let you fight the enemy? Your task is to record the most wonderful scene on the battlefield, then go back and edit it into a program for more people to watch, and completely spread the glorious image of Lu Lang." Yang Chendong said very arrogantly. Hu Yan and the other 2 women laughed. But after laughing, they felt deeply gratified. Since Lu Lang dared to let them walk around the battlefield, it was enough to show that he was full of confidence in this battle. In fact, this was the real reason why Yang Chendong wanted to take the women to the battlefield. If he wanted to make a program, he could have learned it from the soldiers who participated in the battle in the future. But he did not do that. Instead, he wanted to take them with him. He wanted to tell the women through this battle that the battlefield was not as dangerous as they imagined. At least on the battlefield with him, Yang Chendong, they could still be very relaxed. After tomorrow's battle, when Yang Chendong went out to lead troops to battle in the future, the women would not have to be so worried and afraid at home. The four girls left in high spirits. From the looks of it, it was clear that they were going to wear the new military uniforms and walk around the Yongjia village for everyone to see. They were going to receive some envious gazes. Yang Chendong stayed in the study, discussing something with Tiger's Man and Yang San about tomorrow's battle. Yang San, is your security bureau ready for tomorrow's battle? Looking at the actual leader of the security bureau, Yang Chendong's tone had a trace of concern and comfort. Young master, please rest assured that everything is ready. I promise not to let irrelevant people near the gate. Yang San replied respectfully and confidently. Very good. This battle must be fought with a sense of mystery. You all remember, as an opponent, the less they know about your methods, the more they will be afraid of you. What we need to do is to form and maintain this sense of mystery to the greatest extent, so that the opponent can't figure out what to do. After saying this to Yang San, he said to Tiger's Man, tell Butler Yang Nung to pay attention to the security situation of the Yang family village. Presumably, some people who can't find out about the mercenaries will have their eyes on the Yang family village. These few days, young master, I have to deal with the Walla army, so I don't have time to deal with the matters of the village. I will leave Dao Zhao's second guard team to protect the village. Yes, young master, I will inform Captain Dao Zhao in a while. However, I think that he will not be happy if he is not allowed to participate in the battle, and is instead staying in the village. Tiger's Man chuckled. Dao Zhao would definitely feel very wronged if he was not allowed to participate in the battle. Thinking back to the Battle of the Tumu Castle, they did not go and instead stayed. Now that they were being asked to stay, it would be strange if they were happy. Yang Chendong smiled at this. Tell Dao Zhao that the division of tasks is different, but they are all equally important. Tell him not to be arrogant and impatient. In the future, the young master will have a lot of things to do, so there is no need to worry that they will not have a chance to participate in the battle. Yang Chendong was preparing for tomorrow's battle, and he was full of confidence. This was his first real battle in this world, so of course he had to make an exciting appearance. In comparison, there was another army that was also full of confidence heading towards the capital. They were Walla's 10,000 vanguard cavalry. The Battle of Tumu Fortress was a great victory, and it was unknown how many Ming Dynasty officials were killed. If it were not for Yang Chendong's intervention, perhaps even Ming Emperor Zhu Qizhen would have been killed or captured. This battle also made Walla's appetite grow. Especially after Xi Ning defected to the enemy, she revealed many things about the Ming Dynasty, including many secrets of the imperial court and the imperial palace. According to what Xi Ning said, the Ming Dynasty's civil and military officials were not on the same side. They were very hostile, and would often crush each other. For example, the Battle of the Tumu Castle was a conspiracy by the civil officials against the military officials in order to severely injure them. In this battle, didn't a general like Zhang Fu die on the battlefield? However, in reality, it was true that the civil and military officials were at odds with each other. However, in the Battle of the Tumu Castle many generals died, so how much better were the civil officials? Again, if not for Yang Chendong's intervention, at least 2 ministers would have died on the battlefield. It didn't seem worth it to use such a heavy capital to design a plan. However, Walla didn't know this. They won the battle and thought that Xi Ning was right. Even when they were fighting against Shi Heng, it was Xi Ning who came up with the idea. First, they pretended to be weak, and then baited the enemy step by step. In the end, they defeated the enemy. Because of this, Xi Ning became a good friend of Wallace people. Sai Bian Wang, who was in charge of leading the vanguard, was leading the army to the capital of the Great Ming Dynasty. At the same time, he was asking Xi Ning if there were any powerful generals in the Great Ming Dynasty that could fight against him. Xi Ning had thought about this question many times in his mind. He had thought of almost all of the courtiers and confirmed that there were still generals who could lead troops, but he could not think of anyone who could truly command an army. General, in the Battle of the Tumu Castle, the Ming Dynasty's military officials were all killed. There is no one left who can fight against our Walla's army. In addition, Ingzong went to Nanjing to rebuild the imperial court. The Ming Dynasty, which was divided into 2, has nothing to fear. Oh. Ha ha ha. Doesn't that mean that the Ming dynasty's capital is at our fingertips? The wealth and women there will all belong to our wala? Ha ha ha. Xi Ning laughed wildly. He was imagining beautiful women in his arms, delicious food in his mouth, and piles of gold and silver. Xi Ning looked down on the Xi Ning who only thought about wealth and women. A person who was too greedy couldn't achieve anything great. General, now that the Ming dynasty's army is empty and weak, what we should do now is to lead the army into the capital, and then go all the way south until we occupy the entire Ming dynasty. Chapter 196. Yes, Brother Xi Ning is right. But this matter still requires Big Brother Yeshin's decision. I think it's better to enter the capital first. The competition king chuckled. On the surface, he seemed to believe Xi Ning's suggestion, but in reality, he was short-sighted and had limited knowledge. It would be difficult for him to achieve anything great. Seeing this clearly, Xi Ning simply didn't say anything more. Once the capital was truly conquered, leader Yeshen would probably arrive soon. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to make a suggestion. At this time, both Sagan Wang and Xi Ning treated the capital of the Great Ming Dynasty as their own backyard. In their view, wherever the army arrived, the enemy would definitely surrender. But they did not know that Yang Chendong had been waiting for them for a long time. Another day, the sun slowly rose from the east. With the arrival of a new day, the capital was extremely quiet. Because of the fear of war, those who could leave had basically left. Those who stayed behind were those who didn't want to leave for various reasons. In Yang Chendong's words, those who stayed behind had a stable mentality. Even if the war started, they wouldn't easily cause trouble. With no one causing trouble in the capital, Yang Chendong had less to worry about, and he could focus on fighting the Tile army. Although he had the Yangtze's new army and the world's most advanced firearms, he still had too few people. Including the 100 cold vanguards led by Xiaofeng, they only had 400 people. Facing an enemy dozens of times their number, they couldn't be careless. War had always been a very serious matter, and it was also the easiest thing to change. A careless mistake, or a problem in a link could directly change the outcome. Of course, Yang Chendong was still very confident in the Yangtze's new army's cold vanguards. They were forbidden from doing anything, so there wouldn't be any problems. What he was worried about was the 10,000 city defense army that the emperor had given him, including the 5,500 soldiers from the warden's office. These people were used to running amok in the city. Bullying ordinary people was not a problem, but when faced with the elite Wala cavalry, it was hard to say what the result would be. Even when they were fighting in a favorable battle, it was doubtful whether they could achieve complete victory. Thus, early in the morning, Yang Chendong had called over the 5 commanders and led them to the north gate of the capital, the Dushing Gate, to stand on the gate tower. Along with the 5 commanders, there was a general called Yang Guang. He was originally the deputy commander. When Shi Heng, the commander, lost the battle and disappeared, he naturally became extremely important. Yang Guang was quite capable. More importantly, he had a good attitude. When he saw Yang Chendong, he would call him Marquis, then Marquis. He felt very close. Under his lead, Sun Tong and the other commanders also changed from calling him Yang Ho to Marquis. Standing in front of Yang Guang, Sun Tong and the other 5 commanders, Yang Chendong pointed behind him, which was the empty space outside Dushing Gate. Before long, the Wala cavalry will appear here. A big battle is unavoidable. Everyone, are you afraid? Yang Chendong's tone was very calm, even cold. It was as if the appearance of the enemy was like a story, unable to stir up any waves in his heart. In comparison, the 6 commanders' expressions were not as good. Yang Guang and Sun Tong were still in a better state. At least they could still stand up straight. Tao Jin, Yang Jie, Gao Li and Mao Fushou, the 4 commanders' faces were obviously much uglier. If one looked carefully, their legs were trembling. In this month, the morning in the capital was not hot, but it was far from cold. However, the 4 of them were so nervous that they broke out in cold sweat. This was enough to show the fear in their hearts. Forget it. The 4 of you will follow what we said before. Each of you will lead 200 soldiers to maintain order in the city. But remember, Before the enemy enters the city, there cannot be chaos in the capital. Otherwise, if there is a problem, the person who will be punished will be punished. Yang Chendong did not want Tao Jin and the other three to stay. Their presence was not only a good thing for the morale of the soldiers, it could also lead the other soldiers astray and make them feel afraid. Hearing that they did not have to face the Walla cavalry, Tao Jin and the other three heaved a sigh of relief. They clasped their fists and bowed to Yang Chendong before retreating from the tower. Only Yang Guang and Sun Tong were left. Yang Chendong said, "Vice Commander Yang, you are in charge of leading 5,000 cavalry to remain under the Dushing Gate. When the time comes, when I give the order, lead the army out of the city in pursuit. Remember, without Marquis's order, you are not to attack. Also, when you leave the city, do not go too far. 10 li is the limit. If you exceed this distance, immediately retreat. Do you understand?" Yang Guang, who was called out, was confused. From Yang Chendong's words, he was leading the cavalry out to chase after the enemy. Did he not need to fight a battle? If he did not fight, how could he be sure that the enemy would escape? If they did not escape, how could they chase after them? But while he was confused, military orders were like mountains. Yang Chendong was the commanding general personally appointed by Zhu Qiyu. Since there was a military order, he only needed to follow it. "Yes, please rest assured, Marquis. I will definitely act according to your orders." After saying this, Yang Guang clasped his fists and left to make preparations. 5,000 strong horses. This was a number that had been gathered after searching the city for a long time. It was also one of the strongest forces in the capital that everyone could see. Yang Guang also left, leaving behind Sun Tong, the commanding general, standing there with his chest puffed out and his head raised. He also had an imposing aura. In history, Sun Tong had chosen to rely on Jining. He had a glorious time, but in the end, his ending was very tragic. After understanding this part of history from the book, Yang Chendong realized that this person still had some ability. As long as he was guided well, he would become a good general. Thus, he intended to train him and keep him by his side. "Commander Sun, I'll leave the remaining 4,000 people in the warden's office to you. They are all placed above the Dushing Gate. You have to give people the impression that there are soldiers everywhere. Can you do it?" Facing Sun Tong, Yang Chendong gave him his task. "Please rest assured, Marquis. I will definitely do a good job," Sun Tong replied in a loud voice, but in reality, he was already very confused. What did the loyal Marquis mean? Was he only leading soldiers to guard the city gates? Did he not need to send people to meet the enemy outside the city? It seemed that he was going to passively defend the city, but he didn't know if he would be able to do so. Sun Tong went to make arrangements, his mind filled with confusion. Just as he was wondering if he would have to rely on the city gate towers to stop Walla's army, a new order came down that left him completely confused. He didn't understand what Yang Chendong wanted to do. The new mission was to close all the gates of the capital except for the Dushing Gate. The only one that wasn't closed, the Dushing Gate, had to be left wide open so that people could walk straight in. He didn't understand why the gates had to be opened. Wouldn't this be allowing Walla's army to enter? It had to be known that cavalry was most proficient in land attacks. If they defended the city gates, they might have a chance of winning. But if they opened the gates and let the people in, wouldn't that mean that they were giving up their advantage? This would only increase the difficulty of defending the city. Sun Tong, who couldn't understand, arranged for people to follow Yang Chendong's orders while ordering his trusted aide to inform eunuch Jining in the palace. The wheels of history were so similar. In his previous life he had relied on Jining, and in this life he was going to follow the same trend. In the palace, all the officials were summoned to the court. Compared to the usual court meetings, all the officials had lost the mood to submit memorials today. Zhu Qiyu sat on the dragon throne, but no matter how big the dragon throne was, it didn't seem to be able to calm him down. As if he was on pins and needles, he would move his butt from time to time, vividly displaying his anxiety. In reality, he couldn't help but worry. If the capital fell, it would be the end of his reign as emperor. He would become the second emperor after Zhu Qiyu to be defeated by Walla, becoming a disgrace in the history of the great Ming dynasty. Whether he would become a lofty emperor, a prisoner, or even a dead man all depended on how this battle to defend the capital was fought. Unlike in history, Yu Qian, the assistant minister of the Bureau of Military Personnel, was no longer present. Under Yang Qindong's guidance, they did not engage in battle with Walla's army on the outskirts. After Shi Heng's defeat, all the pressure was focused on the Victory Gate. That place would decide the final outcome of this battle. Reporting. Just as Zhu Qiyu's face was still filled with apprehension, the soldier sent by Sun Pao arrived outside the throne room. Enter the hall. Ji Ning, who was standing next to Zhu Qiyu, was also concerned about the outcome of this battle. This time, he didn't wait for the emperor to agree before shouting out orders. At this moment of life and death, no one was thinking about whether Ji Ning had overstepped her authority. Everyone was thinking about whether there would be a result in front of them. Was it a victory? Or had they lost? The soldier was allowed to enter, so he lowered his head and walked into the hall. Soon after, he dropped to his knees and loudly reported, Marquis of Loyalty has ordered the Victory Gate to be opened. Deputy Commander Yang Guang has led 5,000 cavalry to lie in wait within the city. Commander Sun Tong has led 4,000 some soldiers to guard the gate tower of the Victory Gate. What? As the soldier finished explaining the situation at the gate, the imperial court instantly grew rowdy. How could they possibly open the gate? The Walla cavalry are most skilled in charging formations. The tall walls are our only support. Abandoning the gate tower to defend is simply avoiding our advantage. Minister of War Yi Ming loudly proclaimed in order to show off his erudition. That's right, that's right. Marquis of Loyalty's actions are truly inappropriate. The other officials began to jeer. Enough. The Minister of Rights, Hu Chang, was so angry that his lips trembled as he roared when he saw that the imperial court had turned into a pot of porridge. They were actually acting like commoners on the street. Chapter 197. With this roar, all the officials focused their gazes on him. You are all important officials of the court, yet you are throwing yourselves into chaos like commoners. Where is your decency? Hu Xiao raised his beard and loudly questioned the officials. In terms of age and experience, Hu Kuang had sufficient qualifications. With this shout, many of the officials lowered their heads, not daring to argue with him. But there were also those who did not fear Hu Xiao, such as the Minister of War, Yi Ming, who stepped forward with his ceremonial tablet. Minister Hu, could it be that just because Yang Qindong is your grandson-in-law, you are protecting him like this? The Minister of Works, Shi Pu, also stepped forward and said, Minister Hu, now is not the time to be thinking about family ties. That's right. When the country is in danger, we should consider the big picture and put family ties aside. The new Minister of Revenue, Jin Lian, also stepped forward and criticized Hu Xiao. After attending court for so many years, Hu Xiao had rarely been attacked by 3 ministers at once. But in the face of this situation, he had no intention of backing down. Instead, he looked at the 3 of them and said with disdain, Oh, so the 3 of you should know how to fight, right? If that's the case, why didn't you step forward to shoulder the heavy burden when His Majesty was selecting great generals? The Minister of War, Yi Ming, blushed at Hu Xiao's words. He knew that he was the one who should step forward to shoulder the burden, but he did not have the confidence to do so. Now that Hu Xiao had said this, he was clearly attacking him. Minister Hu, we are talking about the matter of the Victory Gate opening without attacking. Please don't change the topic, okay? Could it be that Yang Qindong has already surrendered to the Walla? And as his grandfather, you will also benefit from it? Is that why you are speaking up for him? Yi Ming's attack touched on what everyone was most worried about. For a moment, the expressions of many officials changed. Even Zhu Qiyu, who sat on the dragon throne, turned ghastly pale. If what Minister Yi Ming said was true, then wasn't he handing the capital over to the enemy? Minister Yi, please conduct yourself with dignity. Seeing that the emperor and all the ministers were moved by Yi Ming's words, Hu Xiao roared with a face full of anger. Does Minister Yi have any evidence for what he said? Evidence? Of course not. But why is the city gate open? Yiming couldn't help but gloat when he saw Hu Xiao getting angry. Originally, he wasn't even a third-rank official, but because of Zhu Qiyu's appreciation, he was given the position of Minister of War, and became a second-rank official of the Great Ming Dynasty. But even so, he knew that some of the more experienced old officials still didn't like him. Now he could say that minister who was speechless. In the future, no one would dare to look down on him in court. Hu Xiao was an old official of several dynasties and had seen many storms. How could he be stumped by a new noble, Yiming? Hearing that the other party had no evidence, he couldn't help but sneer and ask, "Since there is no evidence, Daren's words just now are suspected of framing." The contempt in Hu Xiao's eyes was very obvious when he didn't even call him minister, and changed to lord. Yiming's face immediately turned ugly when he heard Hu Xiao's words. But before he could think of a counterattack, Hu Xiao continued, "During this period of time, who doesn't know that the loyal marquis has bought a lot of property in the capital? Let me ask you, if he didn't have absolute confidence in defending the capital, why would he do this? This might be because he wants to calm the people. Besides, if he has already colluded with Walla, I believe that when the foreign race enters the capital, they won't touch his property, right?" Yiming didn't know how to answer the question, so he simply gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a petty person. Haha, what a joke. This is simply your excessive conjecture. Presumably, the emperor and the officials already knew what kind of person Walla was. He was simply a group of insatiable people. Just think about it. How could they put away their greed for the sake of others when dealing with such a person? If the loyal marquis wants to be on good terms with Walla, he doesn't need to do this at all. Everyone, don't forget who saved Ingzong from Walla. If he wants to be on good terms with Walla, he doesn't need to do this at all. When Ingzong's name was mentioned, the ministers immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes, if Yang Chendong was really such a traitor, he didn't need to do that at all. This reason instantly convinced many people, including acting sect master Zhu Qiyu. The loyal marquis saved Ingzong's life, but he didn't go to Nanjing a while ago? I believe everyone can already understand his intentions. This time, he's withstanding a huge amount of pressure to fight against a strong enemy. If we still don't trust him, wouldn't it be too disappointing? Hu Chang spoke as if he was fighting for justice for Yang Chendong. In fact, he was also very optimistic about his grandson-in-law. With Hu Xiao's words, the originally excited ministers quickly calmed down. Even Emperor Zhu Qiyu was a lot more confident because of these words. He said in the court, "Yes, the loyal marquis is loyal to the Great Ming. No one is allowed to say such words in the future. Now let us wait for the good news." Because of Hu Xiao's argument, the debate in the court was finally suppressed. Yang Chendong, who was still unaware of this, was standing on the tower of the Victory Gate at this moment, looking into the distance. He didn't know that Hu Xiao had helped him block the attacks of the ministers, so he could lead the army in the front line at ease. Of course, even without Hu Xiao's help, Yang Chendong wouldn't hand over his military power at this time. It would just cause a lot of trouble. Standing on the tower, the moment he put down the binoculars, he said with a smile to the 4 delicate women in camouflage clothing standing beside him, "You can see now, the Walla cavalry is here." "Ah, are they here? Where are they? Where are they?" Hu Xiao and the other women were very excited at this moment. They each held the binoculars hanging around their necks and looked into the distance. Sure enough, there was a burst of smoke and dust, and the Walla cavalry was here. With the competition king as the leader and Xi Ning as the guide, the 10,000 Walla cavalry were rapidly heading toward the capital of the Great Ming Dynasty. With so many people, looking from a distance, it was really a spectacular sight. Seeing that they were less than 15 li away from the capital, the fast horse scouts in the front line rushed back and reported that the Victory Gate in the capital was wide open. The gate is wide open? What does this mean? The competition king was somewhat at a loss when he heard this news. Logically speaking, if the Great Ming army knew that he was coming, they would either defend the city to the death or flee like crazy. Why did they open the gate? This was inconsistent with the facts. Xi Ning was also confused by this news. He had not been in the capital for so long, so he did not know what had happened here. All he knew was that the great Ming dynasty had a situation where two emperors ruled together because of Zhu Qiyu's ascension. That was all. In Xi Ning's opinion, having two emperors ruling together was a good thing. When the power was divided, it gave the Walla army a chance to break through. But now that the gate of the capital was wide open, he could not figure it out. Before he could figure out what was going on, the competition king had already asked him, "Brother Xi Ning, why did the great Ming dynasty open the victory gate? Could it be that they want to surrender to us?" This, maybe. Xi Ning did not know the reason, so he naturally did not dare to talk nonsense. He could only follow the competition king's words. Xi Ning was just being polite. To put it bluntly, he did not have any ideas. But when the competition king heard his answer, he thought that he had guessed correctly. He was overjoyed and said, "Haha, as expected. The great Ming dynasty's army is just a scoundrel. When they know that our elite cavalry is coming, they must be panicking. In order to save their lives, it is possible that they will take the initiative to surrender. In this case, order the army to speed up and try to enter the capital for lunch at noon." Hearing the order, the Walla cavalry was overjoyed and eager to go, but only Xi Ning felt that things were not so simple. However, he really could not think of a reason to do so, so he could only follow the army to the victory gate. "They are coming straight to us." On the city gate tower, Huyen jumped and said. Then she realized that her performance was a little rude, so she immediately walked to Yang Chendong's side with a red face. "Ah!" Seeing Huyen showing such a cute side, Yang Chendong laughed. He was more proud that the Walla army was coming to the victory gate according to his plan, which was what made him happy. There were only 10,000 city defense soldiers, and they were only a second-line army. Yang Chendong did not dare to have too much hope for them. But the capital of the great Ming dynasty was really too big. There were as many as 12 gates that could enter the city. How to concentrate the troops and lure the enemy to attack was the first thing to consider. In order to achieve this goal, Yang Chendong ordered the other 11 gates to be closed, and only the victory gate was opened. Now it seemed that he had successfully attracted the enemy's troops. It was only a distance of 15 li. In just a few moments, Vala's mighty cavalry appeared outside the victory gate. It was truly an army of more than 10,000 soldiers. Coupled with the fact that they were cavalry, it gave people a sense of grandeur. This kind of battle formation also scared Huyen and the other girls. Everything they knew about war was just from hearing about it. They had never seen it like this. For a moment, their bodies trembled because of nervousness. Yang Chendong had already noticed their changes. He walked forward and gave them a big hug. The warm hug quickly calmed them down. Then the sixth young master Yang strode to the front of the city wall. He looked down and saw Xi Ning and the others coming out of the cavalry. Chapter 198. It was originally Xi Ning's idea to take the initiative to come out. In his eyes, the great Ming dynasty was already finished. They would only have a bright future if they followed Walla. What he needed to do now was to perform well before everything was set in stone and gain more capital, so that he could gain more benefits in the future. That was what he needed to do now. Therefore, when the army was 300 steps away from the gate, he took the initiative to ask to be the vanguard and talk to the great Ming Empire's garrison to see if they could enter the city without shedding any blood. For Xi Ning's request, the king of competition naturally agreed. When the two armies met, there was already danger. If someone wanted to take the initiative to volunteer, how could he not agree? Therefore, Xi Ning came to the victory gate with 2 Walla cavalry soldiers who were protecting him. Xi Ning, who was riding his horse, looked arrogant, but in fact he was very careful. This could be seen from the fact that he stopped when he was 180 steps away from the gate. He still cherished his life. At that time, the most advanced long-range weapons were firearms and strong bows. However, the effective range of a strong bow was generally about 160 steps. It would lose its original power if it was further away. As for firearms, although they could shoot that far away, they would definitely lose their accuracy. It could be said that 180 steps was a safe distance. Which general is on the gate tower? Can you come out and meet me? I am the vanguard of the Walla army, Xi Ning. As soon as he arrived at the victory gate, Xi Ning's unpleasant voice, which sounded like a male duck's throat, rushed straight to the top of the gate tower. Yang Chengwang was still dressed in cyan. After Xi Ning shouted, Yang Chengwang walked to the gate tower unhurriedly and exposed his body completely. He looked down at Xi Ning and cupped his fists. It turns out to be eunuch Xi. I've been waiting here for a long time. The one who came out was actually Yang Chendong. Xi Ning narrowed his eyes and looked up. Suddenly, a burst of anger rose from the bottom of his heart. His younger brother, Xi Sheng, once had a conflict with Yang Chendong. Not long after that, his younger brother died while performing a mission. Although the report at that time said that his younger brother died because of excessive indulgence in sex with a prostitute called Cai Tianxian, he was unwilling to believe this fact. Xi Sheng could be said to be a veteran in the field of flowers. How could he make such a low-level mistake? His instincts told him that there was something fishy about this matter, and it was very likely that he had been harmed by his enemies. However, because her younger brother and she had offended too many people, it was not easy to find a target. However, he still secretly investigated. Before the results were out, Ingzong, Zhu Qizhen, had already sent him to the battlefield, which led to the current situation. Back then, Yang Chendong was one of the people he suspected. Now that he suddenly saw this person reveal himself, how could he remain calm? At that moment he coldly snorted and said, I really can't believe it. Is there no one else in the great Ming dynasty? How could they let a brat greet the Walla's army? Xi Ning's words clearly implied something, and also expressed her strong dissatisfaction with Yang Chendong. He said that the sixth young master Yang was too young to take on such a big responsibility. As soon as these words came out, Tiger's Mane and the others, as well as Hu Yen and the other girls, were immediately dissatisfied. As the person involved, Yang Chendong was not angry at this time. On the contrary, he said with a smile, Duke Xi, you flatter me. As the saying goes, the kind of person you are dealing with depends on the kind of person you are dealing with. Just like the Walla who doesn't know what's good for him and doesn't know how to repay kindness, the great Ming dynasty can send the young marquis to deal with him. Hu Yen and the other women covered their mouths and chuckled at his counterattack. First, Xi Ning looked down on Yang Chendong, and then she was ridiculed. It was because the Walla was weak that the great Ming dynasty sent the young Marquis of Loyalty to greet him. The meaning was that the great Ming dynasty would send the kind of person you are. This is called equality. If you look down on Yang Chendong, then you are actually looking down on yourself. This was clearly Yang Chendong giving her a taste of her own medicine. Hu Yen and the other girls, who had long known that Lu Lang's words were powerful, how could they not feel sad for Xi Ning at this moment? There were not many people in the world who could win against their husband in a war of words. On the city tower, Yang Chendong's words of sarcasm and even abuse made Xi Ning's face turn red and her eyes widen. But before she could make any counterattack, Yang Chendong continued, Your body, hair, and skin are from your parents. You don't dare to destroy the beginning of filial piety. If you castrate yourself, how will you have the face to see your parents and relatives when you go to the underworld? This is unfilial. Loyal to the country, you have received the kindness of the great Ming dynasty. You should be a person of the great Ming dynasty. Even if you die, you will be a ghost of the great Ming dynasty. However, in order to survive, you ran to the enemy. This is a cruel and unscrupulous act. This is disloyal. You bully the common people and are greedy. Your parents and family were once common people. Once you gained power, you bullied the weak. This is unbenevolent. For your own selfishness, you actually danced with the wolves and wanted to lead the war to the great Ming dynasty, making the common people homeless and living in misery. This is unrighteous. You are disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unrighteous people. I don't know how you have the face to live in this world. After a series of hearty and incessant curses, Xi Ning's face became more and more unsightly. She felt as if the blood in her body seemed to be churning endlessly, and in the next moment, she would spit it out. Xi Ning's performance was seen by Yang Chendong, but he did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, he raised his voice by a few decibels and continued to shout, You are a thief. Heaven and earth are witnesses. You are the leader of the thieves." After shouting, Yang Chendong suddenly pointed at Xi Ning with his right hand and said, "If the heavens have eyes, this child should die immediately. He can no longer cause trouble in the world." Pooh! A bullet flew out, following Yang Chendong's finger, and landed right where Xi Ning's heart was. Xi Ning, who was originally angry, only felt a pain in his chest, and then he lost all feeling. With a plop, he fell from the horse to the ground. Everything happened too fast. When the sniper rifle with a silencer was fired, coupled with Yang Chendong's shout, it did not attract the slightest bit of attention from others. What everyone saw was the scene of Xi Ning falling from the horse and hitting the ground after Yang Chendong asked the heavens. Xi Ning was dead. His body was lying on the ground. It gave people the feeling that even if he died, he could not wash away the sins he had committed. Therefore, he could not face others. Jia. The two Walla cavalry soldiers who were originally standing beside Xi Ning saw that the person they were protecting was actually cursed to death. They were shocked and immediately turned their horses back. "You are aiding the evildoer. How can the heavens forgive you so easily? Let's die together." Seeing that the fat sheep in his hands was about to escape, Yang Chendong's eyes flashed with a sneer. Then he pointed at the two Walla cavalry soldiers who were rushing back. Immediately, the two figures fell from the horse and rolled on the ground twice. After that, there was no sign of life. With 3 finger strikes, 3 people died in succession. This shocking scene shocked everyone. At this time, whether it was the Great Ming soldiers on the city tower or the Walla cavalry soldiers below the city, they all looked up at the sky. They seemed to be looking for the place where the gods were. The gods have shown themselves. After the Walla cavalry 3 steps away from the city wall couldn't find the reason, there was a commotion. Many of the cavalry had already reached out and tightened the ropes of their horses. It seemed that they would retreat at any time. "Don't panic, don't panic." The leader of the cavalry was also surprised, but as the vanguard general, he couldn't retreat like this. Otherwise, not only would he be punished by the military law, he was afraid that he would be ridiculed by the other generals when he returned. Under the loud roar, the Walla cavalry gradually calmed down. In order to stabilize the morale of the troops, the leader stretched out his waist and pulled out the scimitar. It seemed that he was ready to attack. "What? Don't you know how to retreat? If that's the case, then stay here." Yang Chendong, who was standing on the city tower, narrowed his eyes. He couldn't let the Walla cavalry charge. Otherwise, it was inevitable that there would be casualties in the chaos. He had to fight this battle beautifully. He couldn't afford any losses. Therefore, when he saw that the leader was about to pull out his scimitar, Yang Chendong pointed his right hand in the air. The leader, who had just raised his scimitar, twisted his body on the horse and fell to his death. Not good, the general fell off his horse. The leader was already shot in the forehead and couldn't be saved. A few of his soldiers wanted to get down from their horses to see what happened. On the city tower, Yang Chendong pointed his finger again. The 5 Walla cavalrymen who had just dismounted fell to the ground one by one and died. "Ah, it's really a god. Run." Under the continuous deaths, the Walla cavalry was agitated by the scene in front of them. They were surrounded by a deep sense of fear. It was as if they were afraid that they would be the next one to be pointed at. The cavalrymen in the front row all turned their horses around. The Walla cavalry suddenly became chaotic. With the death of the leader, there was no commanding general and no unified military order. The consequences of this chaos were very serious. Yang Chendong, who was on the victory pavilion, had already predicted this moment. Seeing that the opportunity was here, he decisively said to Sun Tong, "Quick, order General Yang Guang to go out of the city and kill the enemy." Sun Tong was also stunned by Yang Chendong's continuous pointing. At this moment, he also had a feeling that it was a god. He was so shocked that he would do whatever Yang Chendong said. He immediately agreed and went to pass on the order. Yang Guang, who was under the victory pavilion, saw the situation outside clearly through the hole in the city wall. He was so shocked that he forgot to chase after the enemy. It wasn't until Sun Tong ran to his side and loudly said that the loyal Marquis had ordered to go out of the city and kill the enemy that he recovered. "All cavalrymen, listen to my order. Go out of the city and kill the enemy. Go out of the city and kill the enemy. Many of the soldiers saw Yang Chendong's godlike appearance and their morale was greatly shaken. One by one, they waved their scimitars and rushed out of the city gate. Chapter 199. The formation of the Walla cavalry was still in disarray. When they saw countless great Ming cavalry rushing out of the city gates, they became even more flustered. Every single one of them turned on their horses and fled. However, their formation was already in a complete mess. How could they just run away like that? Before the great Ming cavalry could even reach them, they had already trampled over many of their own people. By the time the great Ming cavalry arrived, they were like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. They only cared about covering their heads and fleeing like rats. No one dared to fight against the great Ming cavalry. This was a one-sided battle. With the death of their general and the loss of their morale, the Walla cavalry was completely routed. In this kind of situation, how could they possibly be a match for the great Ming cavalry whose morale was at its peak? For a time, the situation on the battlefield was completely one-sided. Standing on top of the city gates of the Victory Gate, one could see the Walla cavalry being slaughtered. There were even some Walla cavalry soldiers kneeling on the ground and begging to surrender. The facts proved that there was no army that was undefeatable. As long as one used the right method, they could be defeated and surrendered. Yang Guang waved his large blade and led the charge. Just the number of Walla cavalry soldiers killed by him exceeded 7. Under his leadership, the majority of the great Ming cavalry also managed to kill a few. In the end, they were already 15 li away from the city gates. At this moment, Yang Guang suddenly remembered the words of the loyal Marquis. He immediately stopped his horse and gave up on the pursuit. Instead, he turned around and began to clean up the battlefield. With the situation settled, Yang Chendong revealed a hearty smile. He was in a good mood as he waved at Hu Yan and the others. Come, let's go back to the immortal abode to eat. Let's go, let's go. Hu Yan and the others didn't show the slightest bit of fear. After seeing the brave side of their husband, the fear in their hearts had long flown beyond the highest heavens. Marquis Yang, the war isn't over yet. Sun Tong saw that Yang Chendong was about to leave and hurriedly stood in front of him with a pleading expression. Isn't today's war already over? Oh, that's right. You can also bring your subordinates to capture captives now. That's a great contribution. After we clean up the battlefield, we can report to the emperor. As for Marquis, he is a little tired and should go back and rest. When the main force of the Walla arrives, Marquis will appear. After saying this to Sun Tong, Yang Chendong and the 4 madams went back to the Victory Gate. Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, and Chiu V's first guard team protected him as they gradually disappeared from Sun Tong's sight. Seeing Yang Chendong leave in such a carefree manner, Sun Tong felt a little regretful. He regretted that he did not seize the opportunity to associate with the loyal Marquis, and regretted that he sent the information that the city gates were wide open to the emperor. Since the deed had already been done, he could only think of a way to make up for it in the future. As for now, of course, he had to lead the troops to capture the captives. Just as Yang Chendong had said, this was a great contribution. Normally, they wouldn't even encounter it, so how could they let it go now that they had encountered it? Sun Tong rushed down the tower with more than 4,000 people, and rushed to the front of the Walla cavalry, who were kneeling on the ground. The officers and soldiers of the 5 cities' warden's office, who originally only bullied the civilians, were now standing upright, as if they had changed into another person. After an hour, the battlefield was cleaned up, and the battle report was also summarized. In one battle, more than 2,000 enemies were killed, and more than 5,000 were captured. Yang Chendong's debut finally ended with a great victory. Because Sun Tong was focused on snatching military merits, the throne room did not receive the news immediately. Zhu Qiyu and the ministers were together, waiting for the battle report with a nervous expression. From time to time, the ministers would prick up their ears to listen to the movements outside. However, everything was as usual, and they did not hear any sounds of fighting coming from the city. Since there was no movement, it was good news. The emperor and the officials waited patiently until a eunuch came to report that Deputy Chief Commander Yang Guang and Commander Sun Tong were waiting outside the hall. Zhu Qiyu hurriedly said, "Quickly invite them in." He even used the word invite. It could be seen that at this moment, Zhu Qiyu was very concerned about the development of the battle, so much so that he did not even care about losing decorum. Yang Guang and Sun Tong, who were wearing heavy armor, strode into the throne room. When they were 20 steps away from the emperor, they took the initiative to stop. Then they half knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Great victory, we have come to offer the captives." Although it was only two people's voices, under full confidence, their voices were extremely loud and clear. This voice was like a giant hammer that struck the hearts of the emperor and the ministers. Hua! The emperor and the ministers, who were originally motionless and staring at the two people, couldn't help but tense up and then relax. After hearing the two people's reports, they were silent for a few seconds, as if they were all digesting this great victory report. How many captives were captured? What was the result of the battle? The Minister of Personnel, Wang Ji, was worthy of being an old minister. His reaction was extremely fast. While the others were still in shock, he had already asked the key question. In this battle, more than 2,000 enemies were killed, more than 5,000 captives were captured, including Walla's vanguard general, Sai Bian Wang, vanguard Guanxi Ning and others. 10,000 enemies came, but only 2,000 managed to escape. Yang Guang's voice was still loud. More than 5,000 enemy captives are now outside the imperial palace. Emperor and the ministers, please go and take a look. Sun Tong was not willing to give up and reported the merit. This was also what the two of them had discussed on the way here. Since the battle was fought together, of course, the merit could not be claimed by one person. In any case, the merit was big enough, so it was not a big deal to have one more person share the burden. In this battle, our army did not have any casualties. We killed the enemy like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. This is all because the emperor is protected by the heavens. This official congratulates the emperor. This official congratulates the emperor. When Sun Tong's words of congratulation came out, the ministers reacted at this time. They collectively kneeled on the ground and shouted loudly and excitedly. In the past, such words were said by the civil officials. The military officials only needed to focus on the battle. Usually, wasn't the reason why they were raised to be used at critical times? As for the merit or not, forget it. Even if they were military officials, it was their responsibility to win the battle. Did you not see Duking Zhangfu's example? When there was a battle, there was limitless glory. When there was no battle, there was all kinds of suspicion and jealousy from the emperor. Even a random eunuch might dare to bully you. In the end, you ended up without a corpse. Sun Tong rushed to say this sentence, not because of a whim, but because he had thought about it along the way. Why was it that when he risked his life and had the merit, only those civil officials who were good at talking would get it? He was not convinced, so he took the initiative. Sure enough, taking the initiative to say congratulations to the emperor, Sun Tong attracted a lot of good feelings from Zhu Qiyu. Good, very good. General Yang and General Sun have worked hard. After defeating the Walla army, you will be rewarded according to your merits. Ha ha ha, now everyone follow me to see the prisoners. Zhu Qiyu, who was originally nervous and clenched his hands until they turned white, could finally put down his high-hanging heart at this moment. At this moment he was also in a good mood. Laughing loudly, he led the ministers straight to the square outside the imperial palace. On the square, there was a black mass of Walla cavalry in strange clothes kneeling on the ground. They all had their heads lowered, their faces dispirited. Some of them were even trembling slightly to show that their hearts were not calm at this moment, and were even a little scared. It was no wonder that they were so nervous. Previously, when Yang Chendong stretched out his finger at the victory gate, one by one, the Walla cavalry fell to the ground and died. Even their general, the king, died because of this. That scene shocked them so much that they still felt scared when they thought about it. The Walla, who had no culture, were very superstitious. They agreed very much with the saying that the gods had appeared. Since even the gods wanted to help the great Ming Empire, how could they fight this war? Surrendering and atoning for their sins might be able to exchange for the forgiveness of the gods. More than 5,000 Wala cavalrymen knelt on the ground obediently. Although their hands were tied, with their current mentality, even if they weren't tied up, not many of them would have the guts to resist. When Zhu Qiyu came here with the ministers, he saw this scene in front of him. Looking at the kneeling Wala cavalry, he couldn't see the end of it. The square, which originally looked very wide, was now very crowded. The great Ming Empire's soldiers and the Wala's surrendered soldiers were all over the ground. At this moment, no one doubted Yang Guang and Sun Tong's battle report. They thought that the war should be won, but the result would not be so good. The two generals were exaggerating in order to get military merits. But now it seemed that they were not exaggerating at all. Involuntarily, when the ministers looked at Yang Guang and Sun Tong, their eyes were full of jealousy. People were like this. When in danger, they often thought that it was enough to save their lives, and other worldly possessions could be ignored. But when it was really safe, the thoughts in their hearts would become more and more greedy. This was just a victory, and the Wala's main force had not suffered much damage, but some ministers were thinking about how to get benefits from it. It could be seen that a man who was not content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It was not as simple as saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This is caused by Your Majesty's heavenly power. This is enough to prove that Your Majesty is the true Son of Heaven." Eunuch Jining looked at the seemingly countless captive soldiers in front of him. After his eyes rolled around, he suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is the true Son of Heaven." Many ministers who were used to flattering also took the opportunity to kneel on the ground and shouted loudly for the emperor's wisdom. The shouts of the ministers made Zhu Qiyu feel like he was floating. At this moment, he really thought that he was the emperor recognized by the heavens, and he was the son of the heavens. Otherwise, why was his imperial brother Zhu Qizhan defeated by Wala, and why was Shi Heng also defeated by Wala, but only he won? Chapter 200. Ha 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 ha. All of this is due to the assistance of all the officials. Zhu Qiyu happily distributed the credit to the other officials. For a moment, it attracted endless sounds of gratitude from the officials. However, not all of the officials were shouting that the emperor was the true Son of Heaven. For example, the Minister of Rights, Hu Xiao, had always maintained a clear mind. As an old official of several dynasties, he was very clear that the emperor was only the head of the dragons. Otherwise, the court would not be able to be unified and clear. As for who would be the head, it all depended on luck and identity. Just like when Zhu Qizhan was the emperor, didn't these officials also shout that the emperor was wise and that the emperor was the true Son of Heaven? But in reality, after losing the battle, everyone instantly shut their mouths. Now they began to praise Zhu Qiyu again. It was really unknown how thick the skin of these people was. However, in the court, there were some things that had to be done. If you were too independent, you would only be isolated by the other officials. In that case, it would really be difficult to do anything. However, even if they wanted to flatter, shouldn't they do it more gently? Zhu Qiyu had been nervously waiting in the imperial palace. What did the victory of this battle have to do with him? He was somewhat displeased, or perhaps it was because of the unfairness of his grandson-in-law. When everyone was shouting that the emperor was wise and long live the emperor, Hu Xiao suddenly said, "Generals, where is the Marquis of Loyalty and Courage? Why is he not here? Did he leave the city to chase the enemy, or was he injured in the battle?" Finally, someone mentioned Yang Chendong. The originally noisy scene instantly quieted down. Hu Xiao's words were like a bright slap to the face, causing many of the officials' faces to turn red. The true hero of this battle should be Yang Chendong, without a doubt. However, so much time had passed, yet no one thought of him. This was truly a bit too much. When these words came out, Zhu Qiyu's face also turned red. He clearly knew that his performance just now was a bit too much. If it wasn't for Yang Chendong, it would have been difficult to achieve such a great victory. After he knew of the great victory, he didn't think of the person with the greatest merit, and instead received the congratulations of the officials. This was truly a bit too much. Fortunately, Wuxia gave a timely reminder. He also asked, "That's right, why is the Marquis of Loyalty and Courage not here? Why don't we see him?" Zhu Qiyu pretended to be anxious for the officials to see. This immediately attracted many of the officials' nods. They all seemed to be praising the emperor's actions towards the meritorious officials, but in reality, only they knew what was going on. Yang Guang and Sun Qindong, the Marquis of Loyalty and Courage. After all, without this person, there wouldn't be today's victory, and they wouldn't have had the chance to be in the limelight. However, it seemed to be a little late for the emperor to ask about it now. No matter how the emperor of loyalty Zhu Guang. Now that he was asked, the two immediately knelt on the ground and replied, "Your Majesty, the loyal Marquis wasn't injured. He only said he was tired and went back to rest." Tired? Resting? Zhu Qiyu was confused by this answer. He stood there with a face full of suspicion. Yes, he is indeed tired. The truth is like this. Sun Qindong narrated what happened on the battlefield. From Yang Qindong scolding Xi Ning for being unfaithful, unfilial, heartless, and unjust, he pointed out and Xi Ning died. After that, he pointed out that Xi Ning fell off his horse and died, causing the Walla army to lose morale. Everyone listened to Sun Qindong's narration, as if they were listening to a heavenly book. For a moment, everyone's faces tightened. They didn't expect the young Marquis to have such ability. While everyone was still digesting Sun Qindong's words, Minister of War Yiming spoke first. "Commander Sun, do you know what you just said? The person standing in front of you is the Emperor, the Son of Heaven. How can you speak without thinking? This subject is not speaking nonsense. What I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask Commander Yang and all the soldiers who participated in the battle." Sun Qindong heard Yiming accuse him of lying and immediately defended himself. A small commander, who was only a 6th-grade official, dared to contradict a 2nd-grade minister of war. This naturally made Yiming's face turn ugly. He secretly made a note of this person and thought that if he had the chance, he would definitely teach him a lesson. His gaze fell on Yang Guang. "Vice Commander Yang, tell me, what is the truth? Of course, you don't have to be afraid of other people's threats. Just tell the truth. With this minister here, no one will dare to make things difficult for you." Yiming said this not to support Yang Qindong, but to guide him to refute Sun Qindong and deny the fact that the greatest contributor in this battle was Yang Qindong. If a minister of war were to question a vice commander, the latter would be scared to the point of wetting his pants. However, Yang Guang, who had just experienced a battle, was full of admiration for Yang Qindong. How could he dare to speak ill of him? He immediately kowtowed to the ground. This general does not dare to speak nonsense. What Commander Sun said is the truth. Wow! As soon as Yang Guang's words fell, the crowd once again exclaimed in surprise. Since the two generals had said the same thing, it seemed that this matter was true. However, how could Yang Qindong kill anyone he pointed at? Could it be that he had some kind of sorcery? Yiming stood there with an ugly expression. The two of them were his subordinates in name, but now they dared to refute him in public. It was truly embarrassing. Fortunately, no one's attention was on him, so he didn't lose too much face. After hearing Sun Qindong and Yang Guang's explanation, the officials finally understood why the loyal Marquis was tired and needed a good rest. It was probably because the sorcery he used was too tiring. Of course, some people who knew immediately thought of the mercenaries who had the most advanced firearms. These people only knew that the mercenaries' firearms were very advanced. As for how advanced they were, they didn't know. After hearing what happened on the battlefield today, they had a new view of the matter. Zhu Qiyu was naturally one of the people who knew. But the more it was like this, the more worried he was. This advanced firearm could easily take a person's life from 1,000 meters away. If that was the case, didn't it mean that if one day they wanted to deal with him, he would also have nowhere to hide? As soon as this thought appeared, it was like a large stone pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. He even felt a little restless. As the emperor, the thing he was most worried about was that he couldn't control the situation. Then he wouldn't be able to decide the life and death of others. At this moment, the joy of winning the battle was no longer as strong. Instead, it was replaced with a worried expression. Zhu Qiyu left first, accompanied by head eunuch Ji Ning. Without the emperor, the officials also lost the mood to celebrate. One by one, they turned and returned to their own residences. With today's victory, they could finally go back and have a good night's sleep. In the imperial palace, Zhu Qiyu walked in front with a heavy heart. Behind him, Ji Ning followed step by step. It wasn't until they entered the rear courtyard of the imperial palace, and there was no one around, that he quickened his pace. He was half a step behind the emperor when he said, "Your Majesty, are you worried about the Marquis of Loyalty?" "Yes." Without anyone else around, Zhu Qiyu finally admitted, "The mercenaries' firearms are too advanced. The Marquis of Loyalty has such a good relationship with them. If they..." Zhu Qiyu didn't finish his sentence, but he believed that Ji Ning would understand. In a sense, they were grasshoppers on the same rope. Only when his throne was secure could Ji Ning bask in his glory and hold power. How could Ji Ning not understand this logic? With Zhu Qiyu around, he was the eunuch Jin that everyone admired. Without this emperor, he would probably die without a burial ground. Since the emperor had worries and hidden dangers, he had to think of a way to deal with them. This subject understands. How about this? I will immediately make a trip to the immortal abode and have a chat with the Marquis of Loyalty. At the same time, I will see if there is an opportunity to get in touch with the general of the mercenaries and reach some kind of agreement with them. Ji Ning reported his thoughts to the emperor. Good. Let's work on both sides. In any case, there must be a result. We will not allow anyone who threatens our safety to exist. Zhu Qiyu nodded lightly, his voice carrying a hint of dignity. Immortal Abode. When Yang Chendong returned, he had gained a new title, War God. This was probably what it meant to become a god in a single battle. With just a few pointers, he had created his own legend. According to reliable investigations, not a single member of the Great Ming Dynasty's army had died in this battle. Only a dozen or so people had been injured in the pursuit, because they had been too excited. The achievement of repelling 10,000 enemies with 0 casualties was worthy of this title. This was the benefit of having a weapon that transcended time. It wasn't that the Walla was useless, but rather that the Ghost Shadow Sniper Squad's marksmanship was too miraculous. In the Immortal Abode study, Yang Chendong was listening to the report of the Deputy Chief of the Security Bureau, Yang San, with his eyes closed. Summarizing a battle after a battle was an excellent tradition. Even Yang Chendong was no exception. Before this battle, he had already made plans for the worst-case scenario. That was, the Walla cavalry wouldn't stop and would directly attack. If that were the case, the 4 companies of Cold Vanguard lying in ambush outside the Victory Gate would all attack. If that were the case, no one could guarantee that the Cold Vanguard wouldn't suffer any losses in the chaotic battle. After all, their greatest shortcoming was their lack of numbers. If they really did encounter enemies who didn't fear death, how many people could they kill with 400 guns? Fortunately, the Victory Gate had been opened wide, allowing Wang Zhan to fantasize about such a smooth battle. You can't rely on luck in war. This must be conveyed to Commander Lung Song, as well as to the ears of every Cold Vanguard soldier. Yang Chendong heard from Yang Ben that some of the Cold Vanguard soldiers had different opinions about only lying in ambush and not fighting head-on. After saying that the young master was being too careful, his expression became extremely serious. Chapter 201. Yang Chendong didn't blame them for having such thoughts and complaints. After all, they wielded the most advanced weapons in the world and had undergone the strictest training. However, they couldn't afford to be arrogant. Otherwise, they would suffer a setback sooner or later. Since Lung Feng had the intention to underestimate the enemy, they had to correct the situation. Seeing how serious Yang Chendong was, Yang Sen hurriedly took out a notebook and wrote everything down. He couldn't help but nod his head. This subordinate will immediately go to the courtyard to let everyone know about this, and let them know that young master cares about them. At the same time, inform them that the Walla's vanguard has been defeated, But Yes Hen won't let it go so easily. There will be at least one more battle. Tell them to be prepared. Yang Chendong nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he thought of the matter in the imperial court and asked, right after this battle, what are the thoughts of His Majesty and the officials? Has there been any controversy in the imperial court? Young master, this subordinate was just about to report this matter. I just received news from Lord Su Yozhen that not long after you gave the order to open the city gates, the imperial court learned of this matter. After our investigation, we found that it was probably Commander Sun Tong, who sent someone to report this news. Because of this, there are people who are slandering the young master, saying that you are colluding with the Walla. The new Minister of War, Yiming, is the main culprit. The Minister of Revenue, Jin Lian, and the Minister of Works, Shi Pu, have spoken up in support of this matter. It was only after Minister Hu Meng stepped in that these rumors were suppressed. Do you think we should do something in private? The situation in the capital isn't stable at the moment, so it's normal for a few people to be missing. Yang San reported while carefully looking at Yang Chendong. He had already made his intentions clear. Since there were people who wanted to deal with the young master, it would be better to strike first and get rid of him. No. Yang Chendong quickly shook his head upon hearing Yang San's thoughts. The Great Ming Dynasty's problems don't completely originate from the imperial court. These people are just representatives of Confucianism. Even if all the ministers in the court are arrested, there will still be people who will be re-elected. This is simply a problem with the system. There is no end to killing people. Yang Chendong was very clear in his heart. Looking at the history of China, ever since the Han Dynasty revered only Confucianism, the disciples of the Confucian sect were the privileged class, high and mighty. Over the years, they had become accustomed to it. They monopolized education and the officialdom. They were corrupt, conservative, and stubborn. The Security Bureau was not in the eyes of some of the senior officers of the Yang Consortium's new army, but Yang Chendong's weight and authority were not to be questioned. All right, it's settled then. Go and do your work. Without giving Yang Ben a chance to refuse, Yang Chendong waved his hand and gestured for him to leave. Yang San was touched. He knew that the young master felt sorry for his brothers in the Security Bureau. After all, the members of the Security Bureau were sometimes like mice that could not see the sun. Most of them lived in the dark. In order to keep their identities secret, they could not contact their families, get married, and have children. They had to give up all their youth. Sometimes, in order to obtain important information, they had to work hard for a few months, half a year, or even longer. Giving more silver was one of Yang Chendong's ways of compensating them. Yang San suddenly raised his right hand and gave a standard military salute before leaving the study. Not long after, Tiger's Mane strode in. There were not many people who could come to Yang Chendong's side without reporting. Other than Hu Yen and the other girls, only Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei had such qualifications. Young master, Eunuch Jining is here. He said he brought a new edict from His Majesty. As soon as Tiger's Mane entered the room and saw Yang Chendong leaning against the chair with his eyes closed, he said carefully. Yang Chendong, whose eyes were still closed, acted as if he did not hear Tiger's Mane's words. He asked, "Has the 1 million taels of silver been sent to the Security Bureau?" "Yes, it's been sent. It's the remuneration that His Majesty gave to Lung Feng." "That's good. Arrange a side hall. I'll go see Jining." Yang Chendong slowly opened his eyes. After he got up and stretched, his eyes shone with a dazzling luster again. At this moment, Jining had come to see him. Even if he used his toes to think, he would know why. It seemed that Zhu Qiyu was not confident. Zhu Qiyu was indeed not confident. On one hand, he wanted to use the mercenaries to defeat Walla's great enemy. On the other hand, he was worried that the mercenaries would threaten his safety after their victory. To guard against people and to use people at the same time. Under such contradictory psychology, Jining had come. In the side hall, Yang Chendong and Jining met. After greeting each other, they sat down in their respective seats. Eunuch Jin first praised the loyal Marquis's performance today, and even called him a military god. Both the embroidered uniform guards and the East faction guards had their own intelligence agencies. Because they had been established for a long time, their strength could not be underestimated. For example, the fact that Yang Chendong was called a military god could not be hidden from Jin Ying's eyes and ears. Haha, eunuch Jin must be joking. It's all thanks to His Majesty's good fortune, Yang Chendong said modestly with a smile. This battle was won by relying on the advanced firearms of the mercenaries. His Majesty is just someone who spent money. Jining chuckled, but as he spoke he pointed out the crux of the problem. This eunuch was clear about everything. You're just a military god who used advanced firearms. It can't be taken seriously. Moreover, even if the mercenaries were hired, the emperor would be the one paying for it. Your contribution would be even less. Yes, eunuch Jin's words are very true. Yang Chendong's expression did not change. He did not even have the intention to deny it. For this matter, Zhu Qiyu had spent 10 million taels of silver. Although half of it had been in the form of property, it was still wealth. The fact that Yang Chendong had so easily admitted it made Jining feel like he had punched cotton, and his complexion turned rather nasty. When he had come, he had already prepared himself for Yang Chendong to ask for a reward. He had even prepared the words of reprimand, so that he could use this opportunity to suppress this marquis of loyalty and valor. But Wang Chendong had no intention of asking for a reward, so what could he do? He couldn't just go and reprimand a meritorious subject without a word. If he did that, he would be going too far. After all, the main force of the Walla had yet to arrive at the capital. If he got rid of the donkey after it had left the millstone, and he couldn't deal with the mercenaries, wouldn't the capital be in danger? He could not bear such a heavy responsibility. Yang Chendong's low profile and modesty had ruined Jin Ying's plans. But Jining had followed several emperors, so he was able to react quickly. He looked at Yang Chendong and said, Marquis of Loyalty and Valor, His Majesty is extremely satisfied with the performance of the mercenaries in this battle. He ordered this duke to reward the mercenaries no matter what. The imperial kitchen has prepared a lot of food for this occasion. Marquis Yang, why don't you tell them so that they can make things easier for you? At the very least, His Majesty should act as a host. Listening to Jin Ying's words, Wang Chendong knew that Jining still wanted to go around him and get in touch with the mercenaries. Since this was the case and they had prepared delicious food, how could he not take advantage of this opportunity? If he could save on the immortal abode's food, why not? He smiled and said, All right, since it's His Majesty's wish, this marquis will send someone to accompany Jin Gonggong to the mercenary camp's courtyard. Chapter 202. Yang Chendong was so cooperative. Not only did he agree, but he also did not go personally. This greatly exceeded Jin Ying's expectations. He had originally thought that even if he agreed, he would go along and reap the benefits. Of course, Yang Chendong would not go with them. This was what Jining wanted to see. He did not stand on ceremony. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Duke of Loyalty. Haha, no problem, no problem. Seeing that Jining did not invite him to go with them, Yang Chendong looked at him with annoyance. He could even imagine that once Zhu Qiyu really contacted the mercenaries, she would immediately kick him out. She might even find a crime to confiscate his family property. This was the scheming of an emperor. Sometimes, the emperor would turn hostile and refuse to acknowledge the other party's kindness. However, no matter how much Zhu Qiyu calculated, he would never have thought that the real mastermind behind the mercenaries was Yang Chendong. His methods would be useless in the end. In fact, it was not just Zhu Qiyu. None of the old foxes in the imperial court would have thought that the mercenaries, who had such advanced firearms, would have anything to do with a young man who was not even 20 years old. It was precisely because no one could guess that Yang Chendong did not cause everyone to boycott him in advance. Jining left happily. Tiger's Mane followed Yang Chendong's orders and accompanied him to the courtyard of the mercenaries' barracks. Yang Chendong had mentioned this when he met with Commander Lung Song and the others yesterday. Once they won the battle and displayed their great strength, the emperor of the Great Ming Dynasty would certainly think of a way to contact them and deepen their relationship. This was something that would be difficult to avoid. Instead of thinking of all sorts of ways and excuses to avoid it, it was better to meet them openly. In any case, there would be no promises. On the contrary, there would be some benefits. Why not? Jining did not know about this. He only knew that if he had the chance to meet with the mercenaries alone, as long as he could establish a good relationship with them and make them work for him, it would infinitely increase his authority. In this way, even in front of the emperor, Zhu Qiyu, he would be able to speak with more confidence. Led by Tiger's man, Jining brought a group of embroidered uniform guards and a young eunuch from the palace to the courtyard of the mercenaries' military camp. With Yang Chendong's previous instructions, the group naturally entered without a hitch. Here, Jining met the leader of the mercenaries for the first time, Lung Song, whom the soldiers addressed as commander. Although she didn't know what the commander's official title was, seeing how respectful the others were towards Lung Song, Jinying's intuition told her that there would only be benefits and no harm in getting closer to this person. Immediately, his face bloomed like a flower as he quickly stepped forward and took the initiative to greet Lung Song. Aya, Commander Lung is indeed a man of striking appearance. You are young and promising. You truly make me envious. As soon as he arrived in front of Lung Song, he listened to everything that was good. Lung Song, who had long been prepared and had a certain understanding of eunuchs, said with a straight face, "Are you the leader of the eunuchs by the great Ming Emperor's side? Very good, since the items have been delivered, you may leave." Lung Song's expression was so resolute and cold that Jinying's expression changed after hearing it. What kind of person was he? He was Zhu Qiyu's favorite. To put it bluntly, if he didn't like anyone now, he only needed to say a word in front of Dai Zong. Even if that person didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Other people couldn't wait to curry favor with him. Who would dare to speak to him in such a tone? However, Lung Song had done so, and yet he still didn't have the slightest bit of temper. He didn't dare to show Lung Song any displeasure, and he didn't even dare to say a single harsh word. This made Jinying's heart tighten. However, he was someone who was used to being a eunuch. He had suffered many grievances, so the speed at which he stabilized his state of mind was still very fast. After adjusting his state of mind, he looked at Lung Song and said with the same smile, "Commander Lung, I am here on behalf of the great Ming Emperor to thank you all. Sending these foods is merely a small token of our sincerity. My emperor's intention is for me to come and see if there is anything lacking here. If you have any requests, feel free to ask." Jining appeared to be very heroic. As long as they could rope in mercenaries, they felt that paying a certain price was necessary and worth it. Jining even had a bold idea, and that was to use mercenaries to deal with Zhu Qizhen of Ying's sect and complete the great matter of the great Ming dynasty's unification. Lung Song silently looked at Jining. The sixth young master was truly a godly person. 2 days ago he had already guessed that after winning the battle, Zhu Qizhen of Ying's sect would spend money to rope him in. Wasn't this happening now? Since such a good thing had been delivered to him, how could he not accept it? Lung Song, who had been very cold, suddenly smiled. In Jinying's eyes, this smile was like 100 flowers blooming. It actually made him feel as if his heart was bursting with joy. Eunuch Jin is too polite. Since this is the case, how much can the great Ming Emperor give us if we lack copper and iron? He actually made a request. Jining was overjoyed. He knew that this was very likely a way to strengthen the bond between him and the mercenaries. Not to mention copper and iron, as long as the great Ming dynasty had it, they probably wouldn't be stingy in the slightest. Well said, well said. The mercenaries have helped us defend against foreign enemies, so you are our best friends. Whatever you need, we will find a way to satisfy you. Since Jining had agreed so readily, Lung Song naturally had to express his gratitude. He laughed heartily and invited the other party into the depths of the barracks. On the surface, the relationship between the two sides seemed to be quickly warming up. Jining and Lung Song took this opportunity to get to know each other better and reached a certain consensus. When he left, Jinying's face was filled with excitement, as if an old tree had just bloomed. When the other junior eunuchs saw this, they felt an inexplicable sense of fear. They seemed to have seen eunuch Jining regain his manly vigor. He was probably going to find them at any time to have some fun. There were many times when the world of eunuchs was unknown to outsiders, and they couldn't understand it. Perverted people often had many perverted methods, and these methods were often used to make senior eunuchs happy, while the junior eunuchs had nothing left to live for. Not long after Jining left, an inconspicuous man dressed as a woodcutter walked out from the rear courtyard of the barracks, heading straight for the immortal abode. No one knew that this inconspicuous man was a secret agent from the Security Bureau. He wanted to report the details of Lung Song and Jinying's conversation to the sixth young master. In the palace, Jining was delighted to see Zhu Qiyu. She then truthfully reported to Zhu Qiyu what she had discussed with Commander Lung. Your Majesty, this subject has already found out that the headquarters of the mercenaries are at sea, on a large ship. They don't have a fixed residence, and will go wherever they are needed. Most of the mercenaries are from the Great Ming Dynasty, but because they can't survive under the harsh governance of the local officials, they have no choice but to take the risk and seek a living at sea. Jining proudly told Zhu Qiyu everything she knew about the mercenaries. Those corrupt officials. When Zhu Qiyu heard this, his face was filled with anger. For such talented people to be chased out of the country, those local officials were the sinners of the country. Yes, corrupt officials should be killed. But if it weren't for their actions, these people would only be decent soldiers at best. Without advanced firearms, they would be no different from the ordinary soldiers of the Great Ming Dynasty. Through her understanding of Zhu Qiyu over the past few days, Jining had more or less seen through him. This emperor was the type who had great ambitions. He truly wanted to become a famous ruler and strengthen the Great Ming Dynasty. However, some things couldn't be changed by one's will. If he truly wanted to revive the Great Ming Dynasty, there were still too many things that needed to be done. How to strengthen the Great Ming Dynasty was a grand goal to begin with. It was difficult to explain in a short amount of time. Jining wanted to talk about the problem at hand, so Gu Qin continued. Your Majesty, it's because of the advanced firearms that these mercenaries possess undefeatable battle prowess. From chatting with Commander Lung Song, this subject found out that it was because the loyal Marquis had unintentionally made a business deal with them that he gained their basic trust. For example, most of the goods sold in Heavens Beyond Heaven were provided by the mercenaries. After Yang Chendong obtained them, he sold them at a high price to the merchants and commoners of the Great Ming Dynasty. Speaking of which, he's the blood-sucking one of the most corrupt officials. That's right. Although the loyal Marquis is young, his ambitions aren't small. This person isn't easy to get along with. If there's an opportunity in the future, we have to think of a way to get rid of him. Zhu Qiyu nodded in agreement. Ever since he ascended the throne, Yang Chendong had been demanding things from him. He didn't behave like a subject should. It was precisely because Yang Chendong protected his imperial brother, Zhu Qizhen, that the Great Ming Dynasty was suddenly split into two halves. Although he did contribute to the defense of the capital this time, how much money did he get from the Great Ming Dynasty's treasury, and how much imperial property? A subject who profited from the country's war was truly infuriating, and deserved to be killed. If it weren't for the fact that the defense of the capital was imminent, in a fit of anger he might have already issued a decree to kill Yang Chendong. Seeing that the emperor was full of loathing for the loyal Marquis, Jining felt a burst of joy in his heart. This was exactly what he wanted. Yang Chendong's wealth and influence were simply too tempting. If he could get rid of this person, the profits would definitely not be small. Most importantly, if he got rid of this person, he would be able to privately contact the mercenaries and become the link and bridge between them and the Great Ming Dynasty's commerce. At that time, would he still have to worry about a steady flow of money? Yes, Your Majesty is right. However, these are all trivial matters at the moment. How to maintain a close relationship with the mercenaries is the most important thing. This subject thinks like this. First, we need to get closer to each other so that they won't have any ideas about us. Second, we need to make them work for us. With their support and assistance, it won't be difficult to drive away Walla or defeating Zhong. We can even buy a large number of advanced firearms from them. It won't be impossible for us to expand our territory and strengthen our Great Ming. Chapter 203. Zhu Qiyu's blood surged when he heard Jin Ying's words. Wasn't this person talking about his life goal? When he heard that he could buy a large amount of advanced firearms from the mercenaries, he became even more excited. Beloved official, are they really willing to sell such advanced firearms to us? Zhu Qiyu couldn't be blamed for asking this question. The mercenaries' strength lay in their advanced firearms. If everyone used the same level of weapons, the Great Ming Dynasty, which had sufficient soldiers, could destroy the mercenaries in minutes. Selling one's foundation to others was a short-sighted action. Zhu Qiyu didn't think that this matter was very feasible. It's possible. Your Majesty, to be honest, this subject also thought that it was impossible. However, when Commander Lung mentioned that he needed a large amount of copper and iron, this subject casually mentioned that Your Majesty was very interested in the advanced firearms in their hands. Unexpectedly, Commander Lung agreed on the spot that as long as we could provide them with the materials they needed, he would personally gift us an advanced firearm as a tribute to Your Majesty. As for the need for more firearms, he would need to return to the sea and report to his leader before he could make a decision. When Jining said this, he was eloquent and eloquent. From the looks of it, he was clearly trying to show off his achievements. Is that really possible? That's great. This way, we can give them as much copper and iron as they need, as long as we have them in our national treasury. Although we can only get one first, we have a lot of skilled craftsmen in the Great Ming Dynasty, so we will be able to imitate them very soon. At that time, we will be able to sweep the world. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qiyu's brain reacted very quickly. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see many advanced firearms at his disposal, and the scene of him conquering the world. Yes, this subject understands. Seeing that Zhu Qiyu had agreed, Jining also sighed in relief. Previously, he had agreed to the other party's request for copper and iron without asking the emperor for permission. He was afraid that he would be blamed. Now, it seemed that he didn't need to worry. But then again, in order to obtain an advanced firearm and the friendship of the mercenaries, the price they had paid this time was too great. Just the copper and iron alone was promised to be 1,000,000 tons. This was already 3/5 of the amount in the Great Ming Dynasty's national treasury, and it had been accumulated since the time when they became ancestors. Looking at it this way, the capital they paid was too much. But when he thought about the friendship between the two countries and an advanced firearm, it seemed to be worth it. Immortal Abode. The information from the Security Bureau was sent to Yang Chendong. Ha ha ha, very good, it's done. In the study, Yang Chendong's joyful laughter could be heard. There were a lot of science and technology books stored in the warehouse. They were supposed to be distributed to the troops for them to study. Now Yang Chendong took out a portion of it and gave it to the researchers in Crimson City. Those people were originally 1 in 1,000 talents. Now that they had the materials they could learn from, they could do things with half the effort. The development of the city was changing day by day. With ready-made firearms and detailed books, it was not difficult for him to not improve. The only thing that hindered its development was the lack of raw materials. For this matter, Yang Chendong had even made preparations to attack the Japanese Empire. As everyone knew, the Japanese Empire was located in the middle of the ocean and was made up of several islands. Because of its special geographical location, they had a lot of gold and steel mines. These were the things that Yang Xie needed to develop. However, the Ryukyu kingdom had not been completely stabilized. If he sent troops to the Japanese Empire now, he would feel that he was stretched thin, which was why it had not taken shape yet. In the end, there was too little time, and the number of troops in Yang Xie's army was too small. Since he could not immediately attack the Japanese Empire, Yang Chendong had to reconsider where he could get more copper and iron for Crimson City's development. After thinking about it, his target was still the Great Ming Dynasty. He wondered if he could use Zhu Qiyu's eagerness to make a fuss. Lung Song did not disappoint. After negotiating with Jining, he managed to get 1,000,000 tons of copper and iron. With these things, it could be imagined that the problem of Crimson City's raw materials had been temporarily solved. How could he not be happy? As for whether or not the Great Ming Dynasty would replicate the advanced firearms, Yang Chendong was not too worried. Even with a ready-made firearm, It would take a long time to replicate it. When that time came, who knew what the situation would be like? Who knew? Who knew? Without the corresponding books and guidance of others, who knew how long it would take to create a new firearm just by relying on a finished product? Who knew how many detours there would be? As for what could be done with this advanced firearm, without the corresponding bullets, it was just a decoration and could not threaten anyone. The important thing was that he had obtained 1,000,000 tons of copper and iron. Moreover, Zhu Qiyu had personally agreed to it. Even if it was shipped out of the capital to the sea, it would still be justified. Just as he was thinking about how Jining had helped him greatly, more intelligence from the Security Bureau arrived. It was an intelligence report on the Walla's army. It had to be said that the Walla cavalry was truly an elite force. Not only did they charge quickly, they also fled quickly. It had not been long since the battle in the morning, but their deserters had already retreated 300 li and found the main force of the Walla's army. According to the intelligence report, the Walla's army only had 60,000 soldiers, but it was said to be 200,000. After reorganizing the vanguard that had escaped, they were rapidly marching toward the capital. Of the 50,000 soldiers, there were 40,000 cavalry and 10,000 infantry. It had to be said that the steppe truly was rich in healthy horses. In this aspect, the Great Ming dynasty could not compare. In the absence of modern chariots, Yang Chendong was also considering building a cavalry team. He had even prepared a candidate. It was a young man named Windchaser. This person had lived on the steppe since he was young, and was extremely familiar with horses. Even more amazing was that he even understood horse language, and could communicate with healthy horses in an extremely short amount of time. With such talent, he should have been able to do well on the steppe. However, fate played a little joke on him. Because his mother was quite beautiful, the leader of the local tribe took a fancy to her. First he killed his father, then he took his mother by force, forcing his staunch mother to die on the spot. At the time, Zhui Feng was only 12 years old. In a fit of rage, he killed the leader and took revenge for his parents. Then he rode a healthy horse and fled to the Central Plains. After fleeing for 6 years, he coincidentally joined the Yangtze's new army. A while ago, Zhui Feng had already passed the strict test of the Cold Front, and was approved by the commander, Lung Song, to bring the 9 Cold Front members back to the steppe. He used his status as the squad leader to gather information, and secretly accumulate strength. The matter of Zhui Feng only flashed through his mind. The main force of the Walla was already here. How to deal with them was the problem that Yang Chendong needed to consider. With the death of the Vanguard Army's Journal King, he was afraid that they would not listen to his orders to set up a formation in front of the city and wait for his roll call. It was very likely that when the city gates opened, they would all rush into the city. If that was the case, it would be difficult to control the situation with just the 400 Cold Front members. Therefore, not letting the enemy enter the city was a prerequisite. Defending the city did not satisfy Yang Chendong. He needed to attack and not passively defend. The Great Ming dynasty could not allow the Mongol tribes to bully them. If they could only defend when they were at their doorstep, this was definitely a disgrace. Take the initiative to attack and kill our way out. This thought quickly flashed through Yang Chendong's mind. He got up and went next door. There, Tiger's Mane and the others had already set up a reconstruction sand table based on the information from the Security Bureau. Striding in front of the sand table, Yang Chendong's gaze swept across the table. One plan after another was quickly formed or rejected. Gradually the battle plan became more and more mature. Walla Army Camp. After attacking for an entire night, it could be said that the men and horses were tired. Most of the soldiers were resting in their tents. However, as the leader, Yeshen could not sleep. He was holding an impromptu meeting with his generals to consider the upcoming battle with the Great Ming dynasty. Participating in the meeting was his other brother, Borimo, the general's grandfather, and other tall Mongol warriors with a valiant aura. Everyone, the news of the Journal King's defeat and death should be known to everyone. What do you think? As the de facto leader of Walla, Yeshen had a dignified aura. Compared to the Great Ming dynasty, the people of Walla acted more rudely and directly. As soon as Yeshen finished speaking, the general's grandfather took the initiative to stand up and loudly said, "Leader, we have the world's fastest horses and superb riding and archery skills. We only need to rush into the great Ming dynasty's capital. With our warriors, who can stop us? As for the periodical king being killed, I think he simply wanted to imitate the Han people and hold a meeting before the battle. This gave the other side the opportunity to be attacked by our unknown hidden weapons. It's nothing to worry about." The general's grandfather was a famous warrior in Walla. He was known for his extraordinary strength and superb archery skills. After many military achievements, he was favored by Yeshen. Naturally, when he spoke, there was no need to worry so much. Yes, we only need to kill with our army. At that time, no matter what the other side has, they will not be able to succeed. Facing Emperor Ingzong's 500,000 troops, we can win. Now there are only 10,000 enemies. It is not enough to worry about. After the general's grandfather took the lead, the other generals also shouted loudly and expressed their opinions. Chapter 204. These generals were mostly brave warriors. Perhaps they wouldn't have any problems fighting on the battlefield, but when it came to strategizing, they were far too lacking. Yeshen lightly shook his head. He wasn't as straightforward as the other Mongolians. Instead, he was a cunning Walla leader, as cunning as a rabbit. During the Battle of the Tumu Fortress, it was because of his cautiousness and caution that they were able to achieve a great victory. Since the periodical king had already been defeated and even died, he naturally wouldn't recklessly advance. He wasn't very satisfied with the words of these martial artists. Instead, he turned his gaze to his younger brother, Borromeo. Borromeo and the periodical king were both Yeshen's younger brothers. However, their personalities were completely different. The latter was fond of grandiose achievements and liked to take everything for granted. However, he was a man of few words and usually gave off a gloomy feeling. It wasn't that Borromeo wasn't good at talking. On the contrary, he was a person who planned before taking action. He was used to observing others, and then making the most correct decision based on everyone's performance. However, those who were good at observing others generally had very accurate intuition. When he felt Yeshen's gaze on him, his expression became serious. "Elder brother, this subject brother also thinks that General Nigong and the others are right. Our current advantage is that we have a strong army. As long as we take a steady approach, taking down the Great Ming's capital will be just around the corner." How do we take a steady approach? Yeshen, who valued his younger brother's opinion very much, asked. In the words of the Han people, it's called step by step. Obviously, Borromeo had already thought of a countermeasure. When his elder brother asked, he gave the answer without hesitation. Step by step? Yeshen was very interested in this idea. Tell me in detail. Yes. In fact, the method is very simple. In order to prevent the Great Ming's defeat from happening to us, we can take a divided approach. That is, one army will be at the front, one army in the middle, and one army will be at the back. This way, no matter which army is attacked, we can look after each other and support each other. If we don't encounter any attacks along the way, we will enter the Great Ming dynasty's capital in batches. Remember, don't learn from the king of magazines. Don't stop, just focus on attacking. If there's really a problem, just turn around and retreat. The army behind you will naturally support you. Not bad, not bad. Yeshen nodded in agreement when he heard Borromeo's opinion. By dividing the army into 3 groups, it was guaranteed that no matter what went wrong, Walla's main force would still be there, and the army would not be completely wiped out. Yeshen laughed heartily when he realized the benefits of the art of war. Alright, we'll do as you say. How about this? General Nigong will take 10,000 men as the vanguard. That child Borromeo will take 20,000 men as the center. And this chief will bring up the rear to ensure everyone's safety. Yes. After receiving the order, the generals placed their right hands in front of their chests and saluted Yeshen. There was a change in the strategy. The Walla army that was supposed to arrive at the capital at dusk on the second day did not arrive as scheduled. On the contrary, The security bureau personnel sent out ran until 3 horses died and sent back important news. The Walla army was actually advancing toward the capital in 3 groups. In the mercenary compound, Yang Chendong, Commander Lung Song, and the others were waiting for news from the front lines. This time, the main force of the Walla army was coming. It would be very difficult to use the previous method of naming to deal with them. This time, it would be a hard battle of saber against saber, spear against spear. Emperor Zhu Qiyu had already sent people to inquire about the situation more than once. Even eunuch Jining had taken the initiative to come once. Because of Yang Chendong's presence, he left after a brief exchange of greetings. Lung Song had told him before that it was best not to let the loyalty marquis know about their deal. Otherwise, based on the fact that this person had an extremely good relationship with the leader of the mercenaries, it was very likely that he would interfere and ruin the plan. Of course, this was Yang Chendong's idea. Even his cooperation with Zhu Qiyu had to be as mysterious as possible. In his view, the more mysterious something was, the more people would believe it was real, and would not be suspicious. As expected, Jining listened to Lung Song's words. When he saw Yang Chendong here, he took the initiative to leave. Before leaving, he gave Lung Song a look that only the 2 of them could understand. Yang Chendong had seen this out of the corner of his eye, but he still pretended not to see it. While everyone was waiting, the security bureau finally sent back news. When they learned that the Walla army had not gathered together, and had instead divided into 3 groups, Yang Chendong wanted to throw his head back and laugh. Previously, he had been worried that the Tile army would launch a collective attack. If that was the case, with the 10,000 Great Ming soldiers under his command and the 400 Cold Vanguard soldiers, it would truly be difficult to ensure the safety of the 12 gates of the capital. As for going out to look for opportunities, the difference in numbers was too great. It was difficult to say whether they could protect themselves and annihilate the enemy. Since he was leading the army into battle, if he only wanted to win, his expectations were too low. What Yang Chendong wanted was a complete victory. He wanted to obtain the greatest victory with the least losses. It was indeed very difficult to achieve this. However, now that the Walla had taken the initiative to divide their forces, the situation was completely different. After dividing their forces, the Walla's advantage in numbers was gone. Yang Chendong could fight according to his plans. He strode to the sand table and looked at the 3-dimensional map that was almost engraved in his mind twice with his bright eyes. He suddenly pointed at a place called Willow Town and said, "It's here. Let's encircle the enemy and attack the reinforcements." Encircle the enemy and attack the reinforcements? Lung Song and the others were all excited when they heard this. Their eyes flashed. Yang Chendong had once introduced encircling the enemy and attacking the reinforcements in the tactical learning class. This was an effective method to annihilate the enemy. It would only be used when the enemy's numbers exceeded a certain level. When everyone was still thinking about the essence of encircling the enemy and attacking the reinforcements, Yang Chendong took a pointer and pointed at the sand table and said, "Everyone look, this place is called Willow Town. The local people call it Willow Ditch. There is only one main road in the town that runs from east to west. The north and south sides are filled with huge ditches. There was a heavy rain a while ago, so there should be a lot of water in the ditches. Immediately send people there. If the ditches in the north and south are filled, immediately inform the people there to evacuate." With a resolute voice, Yang Chendong gave the military order. At the same time, Tiger's Mane had already walked out of the meeting room and arranged for fast horses to investigate the situation in Willow Town. When the scouts come back with the specific information, we will hold a meeting overnight and then make preparations overnight. We have less than 24 hours to prepare. I hope everyone will be alert. Yang Chendong's gaze swept across Lung Song, Xiaofeng, Tung Shan Wusheng and the others. Yes. Everyone's bodies quickly tensed up and stood at attention. At the same time, their eyes lit up. Generals were never afraid of war. Although they also hoped for world peace, their mission made them never shrink back when war came. In their hearts, they even hoped to achieve great things on the battlefield. The scouts left the city in the night. Now that the 5 city warden departments were under Yang Chendong's command, It was very easy to send people out of the city. For hours later, the fast horses came back from Willowtown, which was 30 li away. They reported that the ditches were filled with water, and that the ditches were 2 zhang wide and 1 zhang deep. Inform Vice Commander Yang Qindong and the 5 commanders to come here for a meeting. Hearing that the situation was as he had expected, Yang Qindong's eyes flashed with determination. Not long after the order was given, Yang Guang's group of 6 arrived at the mercenaries' courtyard. This was the first time they had walked in here, so they were a bit nervous. After all, to the outside world, this army was too mysterious. It was so mysterious that even they did not know much about it. The dark night added a bit of mystery to the courtyard. The 6 people followed the torches that led them to the meeting room, so they did not see their surroundings clearly. When they entered the brightly lit meeting room, the 6 people lost their ability to observe their surroundings. All of this was because Yang Qindong, dressed in green, was standing in front of them. Ever since the previous time when he completely defeated Walla's vanguard, Yang Qindong had the title of War God. He enjoyed a very high status and influence in the army. After this matter, Tao Jin, Yang Jie, Mao Fusho, and Gao Li all regretted it. They originally thought that with a war on the horizon, staying in the capital to maintain law and order was a very safe job. If the situation turned bad, they could immediately escape from the capital. But who would have thought that the defeated Great Ming army would be able to display such power in the hands of the loyal Marquis? This was great. They had defeated the enemy effortlessly and obtained military merits, but they didn't get any credit at all. Their hearts were extremely unbalanced, so they made up their minds that they would participate in the next war no matter what. When they saw Yang Qindong, a feeling of respect naturally flowed out from the bottom of their hearts. You're all here. Looking at Yang Guang's group of 6, Yang Qindong nodded slightly. His gaze then landed on Tao Jin's group of 4 as he asked, "Everyone, the battle is imminent. It's better if you each lead some men to guard the city and maintain law and order." No. When Tao Jin's group of 4 heard that they were going to be excluded again, how could they be willing? They immediately shook their heads like a rattle drum, and their faces instantly became very ugly. "Oh, so you're saying that you want to participate in the war?" Yang Qindong asked with a surprised expression. In fact, this result was already within his expectations. Since there were benefits, who would stand by and do nothing? Chapter 205. Yes, we want to join the war. Tao Jin and the other 3 held their chests high, as if they were using their actions to tell Yang Qindong that they were men, and they were also the young generals of the 5 cities' warden's office. Seeing that the 4 of them were so determined, Yang Qindong nodded his head. Since you want to join the war, Marquis can agree to it. But there is one thing that needs to be emphasized. On the battlefield, no matter who it is, they must obey military orders. If anyone disobeys, they will be punished by military law and beheaded without mercy. Yang Qindong spoke seriously, but Tao Jin and the other 4 were even more serious. They nodded their heads solemnly, indicating that they would listen to Yang Qindong's orders and arrangements. Since that is the case, come over, I will announce the battle plan. Yang Qindong turned around and walked towards the sand table. He held a pointer in his hand and pointed at the sand table as he spoke of the battle situation and issued orders. According to the scouts, Walla's army is divided into 3 groups and is heading towards the capital. The first group is a vanguard of 10,000 cavalry, led by General Walla's grandfather. Marquis has seriously studied this man. He is a man who is not afraid of death. His personality is straightforward and he kills without blinking an eye on the battlefield. But usually this kind of person will not beat around the bush. If Marquis did not guess wrongly, he will definitely take the shortest route to the capital tomorrow. Then Willowtown will be his only route. Willowtown, there is only one road from east to west. There are more than 2,000 people and more than 500 families in the town. The south and north of the town are surrounded by 2 ditches that are 2 zhang wide and 1 zhang deep respectively. It can be said that once we enter the town, as long as we block both ends, there will be no other way out. And what we need to do is to block them here. Tingshan, Taojin, Gaoli, where are you? We are here. The three people who were called out stepped forward and came in front of Yang Qindong. Marquis ordered that Taojin and Gaoli each take 1,000 soldiers. Tingshan, take 100 men from your third company and set up a defense at the exit of Willow Town. Remember, your mission is to block the enemy here and not allow them to advance even an inch. At that time, you may be able to suppress the enemy's charge with long-range shots. Yang Jie, Mao Fusho, each of you will lead 1,000 men and cooperate with Xiaofeng's company of 100 men. When you see Walla's vanguard cavalry enter Willow Gully, you will immediately close the gap. This will restrict a portion of the enemy's forces and reduce the pressure on our allies. At the same time, you must prevent the enemy from breaking out from here. Sun Tong, take 1,000 men and cooperate with 4th Company Commander Wu Sheng. Wait for Walla's main force, which is that child Borromeo's troops, to send reinforcements to Nigong. No matter how fierce the attack is, you must not take a step back. When Xiao Feng, Yang Jie, and Mao Fusho stabilize the situation, they will come to support you. No need, we can handle it. Wu Sheng stepped forward confidently. He looked as if he could complete his mission and didn't need anyone's help. It's good to be confident, but don't feel too much pressure. Also, when you can't hold on any longer, there will be orders for you. At that time, you can retreat to the side and open up a path for that child, Borromeo. Let him enter Willow Gully and become a turtle in a jar just like grandfather. Yang Qindong was very satisfied with Wu Sheng's performance. As a soldier, one must have the spirit of fighting for the sake of thousands of people. Otherwise, one wouldn't be an outstanding soldier. After patting Wu Sheng's shoulder and having him back down, Yang Qindong's gaze fell on Lung Song and Yang Guang, who hadn't been named yet. Your mission is to restrict Walla's leader, Yes Hen. No matter what, you can't let them advance too smoothly. Yes Hen is a very cunning and suspicious person. As long as he senses danger, he naturally won't recklessly advance. Once the time is right, I'll give the order. All you need to do is lead the army and charge over. When that time comes, you'll have done a great service. Yes, Lung Song and Yang Guang confidently replied. They had absolute faith in Yang Qindong. Since this was his order, it naturally couldn't be wrong. Okay, the order has been given. Is there anyone else who doesn't understand? If there isn't, immediately return to the armory and get a strong bow. Remember, other than cavalry, don't even think about engaging in close combat with the enemy. Just attack from afar. After assigning all the tasks, Yang Qindong calmly waved his hand. Although his blood was boiling at this moment as a commander, he still needed to maintain his cool. This sort of performance would play a vital role in calming the soldiers. With this order, the army immediately began to get busy. What should have been a peaceful night in the capital was now bustling with activity. The army needed to prepare for battle and leave the city. Such an important matter had to be reported to the emperor and approved. Yang Qindong gave this task to Sun Tong. Marquis Yang, this general really didn't do it on purpose. When eunuch Jin sent someone to find me, I truly had no other choice. Sun Tong saw that Yang Qindong had given him this task and hurriedly tried to explain. He did not want to offend Yang Qindong because of this, as this would only bring him benefits. It's fine. Marquis knows of your difficulties and can understand. There's no need to think too much about it. Yang Qindong had a smile on his face, but it was just a formal smile. No one knew what he was thinking behind this smile. No, Marquis Yang, this general truly admires you. I have already regretted what I did before. This time please send someone else. Sun Tong kept shaking his head, as if he wanted to express his determination. Yang Qindong stepped forward and placed a hand on Sun Tong's shoulder as he chuckled. Okay, Marquis understands your intentions. How about this? You still need to report. This time, it is Marquis who has asked you to go. It will be different from last time. This smile was much more sincere than before, and Sun Tong immediately nodded in understanding. Although one did not have a very high position in the 5 cities warden's office, one still needed to be smooth and slick in dealing with people, and one also needed to be smart. Satisfied, Sun Tong left and headed straight for the imperial palace. Not long after, Jining heard the news and met with Sun Tong. She heard about Yang Chendong's plans and determination for this battle. Is the main force of Walla's army coming? Commander Sun, what do you think are our chances of winning this time? Jining did not know much about the battlefield. He did not even know where Willowtown was. However, he was better than Wang Zhen in that he would not casually interfere in things he did not know. For example, when it came to military matters he did not understand, so he would ask for the opinions of others. I am not very sure either, but looking at the Marquis of Loyalty, he should be very confident. At this moment, we should choose to believe in him. Sun Tong did not dare to directly express his admiration for Yang Chendong, so he changed the way he spoke. Yes, we should believe in him. How about this? I will immediately report this matter to the Emperor. You wait for the tiger tally. Jining nodded and told Sun Tong to wait where he was. He then went to the back of the palace to find the Emperor. It had to be said that Zhu Qiyu was very diligent. He had not yet slept and was still reading some books that the Emperor must read. When Jining went forward and said that Yang Chendong was going to lead the army out of the city to fight Walla, his expression became somewhat nervous. Has Walla's main force arrived so soon? I wonder if the Marquis of Loyalty has made preparations. Your Majesty, with the help of the mercenaries, I think there will be no problem. Commander Sun Tong of the Warden's Office of the Five Cities has come to ask for your opinion, and ask for the Tiger Tally to lead the army out of the city. Your Majesty, what do you think? Jining asked carefully. The political power of the Ming dynasty was actually composed of civil and military officials, eunuchs, and the embroidered uniform guards. According to the rules of the past, when the army went out to war, there must be an accompanying eunuch to supervise the army. Only then would the emperor be at ease. However, this obviously did not work for Yang Chendong. Last time, he had refused to accompany the emperor, and the emperor had also agreed. If they were to send an eunuch this time, would the other party think too much? However, if there were no eunuchs accompanying him, if he handed over the tiger tally so easily, the emperor would not even have the strength to fight back once he had other thoughts. What are you looking at? Since the Marquis of Loyalty is going to deal with Walla's army, just give him the tiger tally. Don't worry, Yang Chendong is the youngest son of Lord Yang Rong. He won't do anything to me. Zhu Qiyu clearly saw Jin Ying's worry. However, he had his own plans. In his opinion, Yang Chendong was a little unique in his way of doing things, but he should not have any thoughts about the throne. Otherwise, when he saved Yingzong, he could have held the emperor hostage and ordered his vassals. However, he did not do so. Now he would not do something like rebelling. Since the emperor had said so, Jining could only nod and agree. However, for safety's sake he still said, Your Majesty, why don't I personally go and see how the Marquis of Loyalty is preparing? Is there anything I can help with? That's good. Then you can go. Zhu Qiyu thought that sending Jining was a form of attaching importance to him, so he nodded and agreed. Following Sun Tong, Jining arrived at the courtyard where the mercenaries were stationed. When he saw Lung Song here, he merely nodded as a greeting. This was what the two of them had discussed before. In front of Yang Chendong, they would try their best to pretend that they were not familiar with each other to confuse him. How could he know that this was just Yang Chendong's idea? He wanted to give Jining hope and let him feel that he had a chance. This way, the mercenaries and himself would be safe, and they would be able to reap more benefits. Marquis of Loyalty, is the army going to fight Walla? After entering the meeting room, Jining asked knowingly. That's right. It has already been arranged. We're just waiting for your Majesty's tiger tally. Yang Chendong nodded and directly asked for the tiger tally. He had no intention of explaining the battle plan to Jining. Chapter 206. It was one thing for Yang Chendong to not have eunuchs as supervisors when he led troops into battle, but he couldn't even be bothered to explain the battle plan. This made Jin Ying's expression turn ugly. Duke of Loyalty, how are we going to deal with the Walla this time? Do you have a chance of winning? Jining kept asking for the battle plan. Although it was no longer a secret, Jining had the right to know. If he knew, it was the same as the emperor knowing. But Yang Chendong couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. He still remembered that before he returned, it was this man who had ordered the brocade guards to attack Yangjia village. Yang Chendong didn't settle the score with him because he cared about the big picture. But it didn't mean that he would still speak nicely with him. Thus, in front of Yang Guang, Sun Tong, and the others, he turned around and said, "This marquis has spoken for an entire night, and my mouth is already dry. If eunuch Jin wants to know the specific situation, you can ask someone else." Yang Guang, Sun Tong, and the others' expressions changed when they saw him reject Jin Ing in front of everyone. This was the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, the favorite of the emperor. Wasn't Yang Chendong afraid that Jin Ing would hold a grudge against him and settle the score later? Tao Jin and the others couldn't help but lower their heads, indicating that they wanted to draw a clear line with Yang Chendong. Yang Guang stood unmoving. Sun Tong looked conflicted and hesitant. But in the end he raised his head and looked at Jin Ying's deflated expression. Yang Chendong took in everyone's expressions out of the corner of his eye. Then his gaze landed on Jin Ying. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His smile was playful. At this moment, Jin Ying was furious. Ever since Zhu Qiyu had come to power, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Even the current emperor would talk to him in a negotiating tone when he encountered something. However, Yang Chendong actually dared to openly oppose him. This was simply challenging his authority. Jin Ying was furious, but on the surface, she did not show any signs of anger. Instead, she laughed and said, "Fine. Since the emperor has handed over military power to the Marquis of Loyalty, there should not be any problems. In that case, this duke will congratulate the army in advance on their triumphant return. This is the tiger tally. This duke still has to go back and report to His Majesty, so I won't stay any longer. Farewell." After saying that, Jin Ying turned around and left. No matter how one looked at it, her footsteps were somewhat unsteady. It was clear that she was extremely angry. But at the same time, he still had a backup plan in his heart, which was that he did not know the details of the battle plan. If they lost the battle, it would have nothing to do with him. At that time, he could use this as an excuse to punish Yang Chendong. What Jin Ying didn't know was that Yang Chendong would give her this opportunity. Because of Yang Chendong's attitude towards Jin Ying, the atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely tense. Yang Chendong acted as if he didn't see it and said, "All right, go do whatever you need to do. The tiger tally has already arrived. The army will set off in an hour." Yang Guang, Sun Tong, and the others quickly left. They needed to collect their weapons. It would take some time to gather their men. Lung Song and the others all stayed behind. Each of them only brought a company of soldiers, so they could be called to battle at any time. Without any outsiders, everyone's spirits were much more relaxed. Lung Song also carefully came to Yang Chendong's side and said, "Young master, Jin Ying is quite angry with you, but I don't know why she did this. Didn't you say that the group of eunuchs could always influence the great Ming Emperor's thoughts?" This was not only Lung Song's confusion, but also everyone's confusion. Even Tiger's Mane, who had been by Yang Chendong's side all this time, had a puzzled expression. These days, the sixth young master had been polite to everyone. Why did he suddenly turn hostile tonight? Seeing everyone's confusion, Yang Chendong laughed loudly and said, "You don't have to worry about the young master's safety. With you all here, who would dare to touch this young master? As for tonight's actions, they were originally intentional. I wanted to show my dislike for Jin Ying, and let the world know that this young master doesn't like the group of eunuchs." "Why is that?" everyone asked again in confusion. "The people's hearts." Yang Chendong pondered for a moment and didn't answer immediately. Instead, he paused for a moment before spitting out these two words. Ever since the defeat of the Tumu fortress, everyone knew that the eunuchs had ruined the great Ming dynasty's plans. They had caused so many soldiers to die tragically on the battlefield, and so many officials to die without even leaving behind their corpses. This caused the common people and some officials to hate the eunuchs to the bone. Yang Chendong didn't give Jin Ying any face and did it in front of so many people. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before this matter spread out. Even if these people didn't say anything, they would use the Security Bureau to spread the news. In this way, everyone would know that the loyal Marquis wasn't afraid of the eunuchs. This was tantamount to giving everyone a glimmer of hope. Letting those people who hated the eunuchs to the bone find a leader would allow him to win the hearts of the army and the people in a very short period of time. These might not be of much use in the political struggles of the upper echelons. But once it was time to explode, it would definitely be a force that couldn't be underestimated. Yang Chendong's goal was to replace the great Ming dynasty peacefully. The hearts of the army and the people were the most important issues to be resolved. As for the officials and eunuchs, as long as they were given enough benefits, they wouldn't be a problem. This was the true reason why Yang Chendong didn't give Jin Ying any face. In the end, he was setting up a trap. It was just that he had set it up too early, so others couldn't see its effects. He only mentioned the people's hearts and didn't give any further explanation. Yang Chendong looked at Lung Song and the others and said, "This battle concerns the safety of the great Ming dynasty's capital and the image of this young master. Do you have the confidence to win this battle?" "Yes." Lung Song and the others stood at attention, their faces full of confidence as they replied. "Very good. Since that's the case, you can go and make your preparations. Lung Song, stay behind." Yang Chendong waved his hand at everyone. Xiaofeng, Tengshan, Wuxiang, and the others quickly left to mobilize the people before the battle. Lung Song, who was left behind, looked at his young master expectantly. "Let's go. The two of us will leave the city first. There are some things that need to be arranged in advance." Looking at Lung Song, Yang Chendong smiled confidently. He wouldn't tell others that he had a large warehouse. He could take out many heavy weapons at any time. Thus he left Lung Song alone to make arrangements for this matter. The old man had an impatient personality. Ever since he received the order from Yes Hen, he had been rushing toward the great Ming dynasty's capital without stopping. In just one day, he had arrived at Willow Town, which was 30 li away from the capital. "General, we've been hurrying along the way. Both men and horses are tired. Should we rest here for the night first? When the sun rises tomorrow morning, we'll go straight to the great Ming dynasty's capital." A trusted aide looked at the lit villages and towns in front of him and suggested. The grandfather shook his head and arrogantly said, "There's no need. Let's rest in the town first, and then we'll launch a night assault on the capital. We'll catch the enemy by surprise. Ha ha ha, the merit will definitely go to this general." Since he had taken the role of the vanguard, he naturally had to make achievements. Otherwise, wouldn't he be ridiculed by others? As for the success rate of the night attack on the great Ming dynasty's capital, he didn't consider it at all. In the Battle of the Tumu Fortress, what he saw was the scene of the defeated army of the great Ming dynasty being killed and captured in groups. At this moment, he didn't put the strength of the great Ming dynasty's army in his eyes at all. In order to reach the great Ming dynasty's capital as soon as possible, the old man entered Willow Town as Yang Chendong expected. If it were other generals, in order to reduce unnecessary trouble, when they encountered an enemy town, they might be able to take a detour and not directly attack. But because of the Battle of Tumu Fortress, the Walla cavalry had long been arrogant. They didn't even put the elite army of the great Ming dynasty in their eyes, so how could they take the ordinary people of a town seriously? On the contrary, when they entered the town, they could burn, kill, and loot. How exciting and satisfying was that? However, when they really entered Willow Town, the situation was beyond their expectations. Although every house in the whole village was lit, they couldn't see a single person. When they broke in, they didn't find the existence of a living person, not even a chicken, duck, or goose. When the old man who received the report of the battle heard that this was an uninhabited town, he sneered and said, "I didn't expect the great Ming dynasty to play the scorched earth game with us. It's just that their calculations are wrong. We didn't consume too much on the way here. Even if we can't replenish for a while, it doesn't matter. Humph. It's just that this method is really annoying. Come, inform everyone to eat some dry food here. After half an hour, the army will set off." General Nai Gong didn't take the empty town in front of him seriously. This was a complete display of his arrogance. If it were any other general who was on guard, they would probably think carefully about why such a thing would happen. At least, they wouldn't rest so comfortably in this town. Of course, General Naigong was also a brave general who had led troops for many years. During the rest time, he didn't forget to send scouts to the front to inquire about information. But he didn't know that the scouts he sent out were destined to not return. They had completed their mission of going to the underworld to inquire about information. Naigong's army stopped in Willowtown and didn't leave. This gave Xiaofeng, Yang Jie, and Mao Fusho enough time to prepare. Seeing that the enemy had entered the encirclement, the 2,100 people quickly set up a defensive line on the west side of Willowtown. Each of them drew their bows and prepared to block the enemy's retreat. While Xiaofeng and the others were still preparing, at the east exit of Willowtown, Tangshan had already begun his journey to harvest lives. Chapter 207. Xiaofeng, Tao Jin, Gao Li, and the other 2,100 soldiers were the first to enter the battlefield. With sufficient time, they even dug a simple trench for the soldiers to hide in. Just as they finished everything, the sky began to darken. Not long after, the sounds of people chattering could be heard in the distance. This was the sound of Walla's vanguard troops entering Willowtown. The enemy was right in front of them. In an instant, the 2,000 soldiers of the warden's office became very nervous. Some of the soldiers who were participating in a battle for the first time had their palms sweating profusely to express the anxiety in their hearts. This was how they should behave when they were on the battlefield for the first time. For some people, even if it was their second time on the battlefield, they would still be nervous. However, after 100 battles, they would no longer be nervous when they saw the battlefield. Instead, they would be excited. In contrast, the 100 soldiers led by Tangshan were very calm. They first used sharp military shovels to dig a hole in the ground to ensure that they could hide their bodies well. Then they set up the 95 style in their hands and aimed the crosshairs at the only exit from Willowtown that led to the capital. None of the 100 or so people spoke, nor did they make any extra noise. They gave off the feeling of ghosts in the night. Other than a faint shadow, nothing else could be seen. The lifelessness of the Lungfeng soldiers shocked the surrounding 2,000 soldiers of the warden's office. Among them, there were some people who were quite skilled and thought that they were great. However, when they compared themselves, they realized that the gap between them and the soldiers was huge. Not long after the soldiers finished their preparations, 3 warhorses rushed out of the town and headed straight for the formation they had set up. From the looks of it, they were all lightly dressed. There was no doubt that they were scouts. Position 1, Position 2, Position 3, get ready to fire. Positions 4, 5, 6, and 6, prepare to fire at any time. Seeing the 3 enemy scouts charging towards his formation, Tangshan Company commander, who was leading the formation, only took a glance before losing interest. There were only 3 people, and they were not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth. He could just hand them over to 3 soldiers. The 3 people who were named immediately became excited. This was a kind of glory, but at the same time it was also a kind of test. Didn't you see that Company Commander Tangshan had arranged for other people to take the last shot at any time? If he really missed, he would lose face and the limelight would be stolen by others. If that happened, he wouldn't even be able to find a place to cry. The 3 soldiers closed their right eyes and aimed at the 3 moving targets with their left eyes. Their breathing gradually stabilized, and their right index fingers gently placed on the trigger, preparing for shooting. Fight! When he estimated that the 3 enemy scouts were only 150 steps away from him, Tangshan softly spat out a word. Then 3 gunshots were heard. Bang! 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 On the opposite side, 3 Walla scouts fell off their horses at the same time. F***CK. When the 3 of them fell off their horses, the warriors in positions 4, 5 and 6 cursed at the same time. This had nothing to do with quality. It was all because they didn't have the chance to shoot. It was just another kind of complaint. Looking at the warriors in positions 1, 2 and 3, they were all in high spirits. They almost laughed out loud when they saw that they had hit the target. At the same time, the soldiers of the Great Ming Dynasty who were with them all widened their eyes in disbelief at this moment. The The scene just now deeply stimulated them. They couldn't believe that a battle could be fought like this. From a distance of 150 steps in the dark, they could still accurately hit the enemy. What kind of method was this? Thinking about how they could fight side by side with such an army, the officials of the 5 cities' warden's office began to feel confident. Originally, they thought that it would be very difficult or even impossible to stop the enemy's cavalry of 10,000 with only 2,000 soldiers. As for the 100 mercenaries, they didn't take them seriously at all. What could such a small number of people do? However, when the truth was in front of them, they knew that they were wrong, very wrong. They were afraid that the combat power of these 100 mercenaries would not be much worse than the 2,000 of them. The 3 gunshots sounded so ear-piercing in the quiet night. Walla's army in Willowtown quickly moved. The general in charge of the town immediately shouted to his trusted aide, "It seems to be the sound of firearms. Go and see what happened." Although he suspected that it was the sound of firearms, the arrogant general still didn't think that the Great Ming army would have the courage to come out of the city and fight with him. They had received intelligence that although many of the nearby Great Ming dynasty guards were sending reinforcements to the capital, distant water couldn't quench the immediate thirst. There were only 10,000 soldiers in the capital, and most of them were second-rate soldiers. They were very easy to deal with. Such an army wouldn't have the courage to come out of the city and provoke him. However, thinking was one thing, and reality was another. Not long after the general sent people to patrol the situation, another round of gunshots sounded. Then, in the small courtyard where he was resting, a trusted aide ran over with a nervous expression. "General, we found a large number of Great Ming army outside the town. They use firearms and strongbows to kill dozens of our warriors." The trusted aide fell in front of the general and said in a panic, "What? Great Ming army?" When he heard that there were Great Ming army here, Walla was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed heartily. Very good, very good. This general thought that he would only start a massacre when he entered the capital. I didn't expect that he would deliver himself to my doorstep so quickly. Very good, pass down the order. Warriors, get on your horses and charge with this general. It was just firearms and strong bows. The general really didn't put them in his eyes. Not to mention that accuracy was not good in the dark of the night. Even if it was daytime, he had 10,000 cavalry. Why would he fear the Great Ming army? Whether it was firearms or strong bows, there was a limit to how far they could shoot. There was also a time difference when controlling them. With this, the Walla cavalry could charge forward. As long as they charged into the enemy's camp, it would be time for them to start a massacre and rampage on the battlefield. The general was very confident. Not only that, his Walla cavalry didn't take the Great Ming army in front of them seriously. Along the way, they had seen too many useless Great Ming soldiers. There was no one who could scare them. As expected of the elite cavalry, they quickly gathered together. However, because the road to the east of Willowtown was not wide, it was not suitable for a large number of cavalry to charge forward. Thus, the general personally picked 500 cavalry and let them be the vanguard of the vanguard to charge forward. No matter how much damage they suffered, they had to charge to the enemy's formation and create enough time for the rear troops to charge forward. The 500 cavalry obeyed the order and left. Like a gust of wind, they charged out of Willowtown and headed straight for the Great Ming army camp. At this moment, Tung Shan and the soldiers of the 3rd Company were looking forward with bright eyes. They were ready to fire at any time. Beside them, the 2,000 Great Ming soldiers led by Tao Jin and Gao Li also pulled their bows and were ready to shoot at any time. After shooting down the first 3 Vol scouts, the enemy had launched another wave of attacks. More than 30 of them had been wiped out by the mercenaries from afar. Although the Ming army had released some arrows during this period of time, they all knew that it was just to scare people. None of the Wat's cavalry had been killed by the arrows. After being robbed twice in a row, Tao Jin and the others also wanted to perform well this time. Thus, they gave the order early on. As long as the enemy cavalry entered the range of the shooting range, they did not need to wait for orders and could shoot arrows to kill the enemy. In the dark night, they were waiting with a net. At this moment, the air was filled with a kind of solidification factor, causing everyone's breathing to become heavier. The originally cold night was filled with a warm atmosphere. Within their sight, they could hear the sound of horse hooves coming from afar. Because there were too many cavalry, the ground was trembling because of it, causing every soldier's face to be filled with a dignified aura. They're coming out. In the hope and expectation, a large number of strong horses rushed out of Willow Town. There were also bursts of shouts and shouts. Those were the Walla warriors riding their horses. They wanted to rush forward at the fastest speed and kill the Great Ming army. Prepare to shoot. The moment they saw the cavalry rush out of the town, Tung Shan, who was leading the team, gave the order to the soldiers of the 3rd Company. The distance of 500 steps was far beyond the effective range of the Type 95, which was 600 to 800 meters. If he gave the order to shoot now, it would be difficult for the bullets to hurt the enemy. However, this did not prevent him from giving the order to shoot. As long as the soldiers felt that they could kill the enemy, they could deal with it themselves. Every soldier carried a basic magazine, 300 bullets, to ensure that when fighting the Walla cavalry, the enemy would not be able to break through the defense line because of the lack of ammunition. Commander Tung Shan gave the order, and the momentum of the 100 soldiers of the Cold Vanguard suddenly changed. A powerful murderous aura spread out from their bodies. In the end, it formed a substantial cold air, causing the Great Ming soldiers who were closer to them to feel a burst of coldness. Aoyoho! The Walla cavalry made a charging sound that belonged to their race. Under the command of their masters, the strong horses quickly closed the distance between the two sides. 350 steps, 300 steps, 250 steps. They had already reached the effective range of the Type 95, but the soldiers of the 3rd Company did not shoot. It was obvious that their usual training was effective. Due to the lack of raw materials such as copper and iron in the arsenal of Crimson City, when the instructor taught the Cold Vanguard soldiers, the most common sentence was to save ammunition and try to shoot every bullet into the enemy's chest instead of shooting randomly. Chapter 208. Even though Lung Feng had brought enough ammo this time, he didn't want to waste any bullets. He gripped his gun tightly and stared ahead like an eagle, thinking about the best time to fire. 230 steps, 220 steps, 200 steps. When they reached 200 paces, which was the effective distance of 300 meters, the sound of gunfire suddenly became louder. In the dark night, it was as if a meteor shower had streaked across the sky, directly pouring down on the bodies of the Walla cavalry that was surging forward. Under the dazzling light of the fire, the Walla cavalry, who seemed to have seen hope, experienced what it meant to be in hell, and experienced what it meant to have nothing to live for, to have no hope in life. When the powerful bullets spun out of the barrel and drilled into their bodies in less than half a breath, many of the Walla cavalry were killed on their horses before they could even understand what was happening. Perhaps because the charging speed was too fast, many of the cavalrymen were already dead, but their bodies were still charging forward. Only after 2 or 3 breaths did they fall off their horses with a plop. Even when they died, they probably didn't understand what had killed them. The 100 Cold Vanguard soldiers followed what they had learned in their training, firing in a staggered formation. It was as if they had set up a net of fire, wiping out all of the Walla cavalry within the range of 200 to 150 steps. In short, other than the war horses, none of the Walla cavalry could get within 150 steps. This distance of 150 steps became an insurmountable barrier in front of the Walla cavalry. Behind the 100 Walla cavalry were Tao Jin and Gao Li's 2 soldiers from the 5 cities warden's office. Originally, they thought that this would be a tragic battle, and some of the soldiers were already prepared to die for a righteous cause. But when they saw the Walla cavalry's sudden burst of power and the situation stabilized, they knew that this was not a battle, but a massacre. That's right, a massacre. Not a single one of the cavalrymen was able to get within 150 paces. At such a distance, even if they wanted to shoot arrows, they wouldn't be able to reach the effective range, and wouldn't be able to do any damage. The Walla cavalry's crossbows could not shoot over, and the 2,000 soldiers of the Great Ming dynasty could not shoot either. This scene caused Tao Jin and Gao Li's hearts to burn with anxiety. They were here to gain merit, not to be spectators. They wanted to kill the enemy, but the distance that a strong bow could shoot was limited. Even if they shot from such a long distance, they would still lose their accuracy. There was no difference between shooting and not shooting. Commanders, if you really don't have anything else to do, just bring some people to bring back WALA's healthy horses. These are all good things. Whether it's offered to the imperial court or sold to merchants, they are all military merits and silver. Tung Shan noticed the anxious mood of the two great Ming dynasty commanders behind him, so he gave them a suggestion. The strong horses were in front. Without their owners, more and more of them gathered and began to hinder the Wala cavalry's shooting targets. If these strong horses could be moved away, it could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Tao Jin and Gao Li, who were originally worried that they had nothing to do, immediately smiled. Okay, we will immediately organize people to steal the horses. Oh no. It's to pick up the horses, hee. Since there was military merit and money to be obtained, and there was not much danger to their lives, why wouldn't they do such a good thing? At this moment, under the command of the two commanders, groups of great Ming soldiers rushed forward under the moonlight and brought the tall and strong horses back to their camp. They also cleared the obstacles in front of the Wala cavalry to ensure that they could have a clear line of sight. At the same time, there were no obstacles after the bullets were shot, so they could better kill the Wala cavalry. In Willow Town, 1,000 Wala cavalry were sent out, but not a single one returned. Another 1,000 Wala cavalry rushed out, but only less than 200 people escaped. The results that were sent back made General Naigong turn pale with fright. He couldn't understand when the firearms of the Great Ming dynasty became so powerful that they could also play a role in sealing off the night. It was not that they had never dealt with the firearms of the Great Ming dynasty before. In the past, when Zhu Di was still alive, he took them to the grasslands to commit crimes. In the beginning, they were indeed intimidated by the firearms that could emit smoke and shoot iron bullets. But after many bloody battles, they also found out the shortcomings of the firearms. That was, they could only shoot one shot at a time. After that, it would take a long time to reload. When it was used again, the accuracy was extremely poor. It was far better to use a strong bow. Over time, such things no longer scared the Wala people. Only they dared to risk their lives and sacrifice themselves. They could break through the firearms of the Great Ming dynasty by paying a small price. After that, they could do whatever they wanted. How could it be like this time? 2 echelons of 2,000 people rushed out, but only 1/10 of them returned. What the hell is going on? Who can give me an explanation? Seeing that they had lost nearly 1/5 of their forces without killing a single enemy, General Naigong angrily roared at his subordinates. All the Wala generals lowered their originally arrogant heads deeply. They also couldn't figure out what was going on. They couldn't understand why the Great Ming army, which was originally weak, became so powerful that they suffered such a big loss. No one answered his question. General Naigong's emotions couldn't be vented. He was even angrier. Just as he was about to use the saddle to teach these disappointing subordinates a lesson, suddenly, a burst of gunshots came from the west side of Willow Town. It was like many firecrackers were set off. What's going on? The sudden sound scared General Naigong. He looked at the burst of fire coming from the west side of the town and asked angrily. Just as the words left his mouth, a young general quickly ran in front of General Naigong and knelt on the ground. General, a large number of Great Ming soldiers suddenly rushed in behind us. We were careless for a moment, and more than 500 people were killed or injured. This was a Wala Chiliarch who was in charge of covering the rear. Usually his task was the simplest and safest. He was only responsible for checking if there were any soldiers who escaped because of the battle. But today they were suddenly attacked. They were completely unprepared and were caught off guard. Half of the soldiers died on the spot. The rest reacted faster and escaped into the town. General Naigong was in a fit of anger. When he heard the Kiliarcha's words, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the Kiliarcha's collar and pulled it in front of his face. What did you say? The great Ming army attacked us from behind? How many people are there? I can't see clearly. It's too dark. The Chiliarch shook his head with an innocent expression. He couldn't be blamed for answering like this. It was really too dark. In addition, he was unprepared. When the gunshots rang out, a large number of his brothers fell to the ground. He only cared about running for his life. How could he have the time to see how many enemies were there? The Chiliarch's answer made General Naigong throw him to the ground angrily. Then he shouted to the other troops, "Who dares to lead the troops to the back and see what happened?" General Naigong in Willowtown was stunned. He originally thought that he was the one who took the initiative to attack. But reality told him that the great Ming army was prepared. Now that he was the one who was attacked, how could he not be angry? Among the young generals, there was a brave Chiliarch who took the initiative to lead his troops to the west side of Willowtown. But when cold weapons faced the 9.5 spear that had a shooting range of nearly 400 steps, the result was obvious. After leaving behind a few hundred corpses, the slow ones all retreated. At this point, an unbelievable result was placed in front of everyone. General Naigong's troops were surrounded in Willowtown, which was not very big. East side of town. Tung Shan looked at the gunshots and flames coming from the west side of town. He was furious. Xiaofeng UF** king bastard. It was no wonder that Tung Shan was so angry. According to the previous plan, only when they were facing the crazy attacks of the Walla cavalry would they send out a red signal to the sky. At that time, Xiaofeng's first company would poke the Walla cavalry from the back to distract them. At the same time, they would also reduce the pressure on their side. But now, Xiaofeng did not even wait for his signal. He directly poked the Walla vanguard from the back. How could Tung Shan not be angry? He was not satisfied with the fight yet. But the reality was already like this. Even if he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Tung Shan could only look at the east side of Willowtown, hoping that there would be more Walla cavalry who were not afraid of death. Maybe it was because the heavens knew the hope in his heart. A large number of cavalry rushed out from the east side of town, and there were still many of them. Using the shadows under the moonlight, a rough calculation showed that there were at least more Walla cavalry than the last time. Haha, very good. This grandfather is to my liking. He knows what the battalion commander likes and wants to die. Brothers of the 3rd Company, listen up. Check your guns and ammo. Make preparations before shooting. Seeing that the enemy did not show any intention of retreating because of Xiaofeng's actions, Tung Shan changed his frowning expression and laughed out loud. The 3rd Company's cold vanguard members were originally angry because Xiaofeng's 1st Company didn't keep their promise. However, when they suddenly saw that the enemy still charged out, all of their faces lit up with joy. They quickly checked the 95 shots and replaced it with a new magazine. Why did the Walla army still rush out when they knew that the Ming army was blocking them from the east side? This had a lot to do with their commander, General Naigong. Knowing that they were surrounded, General Naigong was not afraid. He knew that the Ming army only had about 10,000 people. He originally thought that they were waiting for him at the east side. If he wanted to rush over, it would be difficult. But the Ming army actually took the initiative to split into two. Wasn't this the same as splitting their limited forces? Even so, how many enemies could there be in the front? If he did not rush now, when would he? When he broke through the front line, wouldn't the capital of the great Ming dynasty be an undefended empty city? Wouldn't he be able to take it? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.